So as we go throughout the course of this afternoon, in the next hour, I do encourage you and I ask you to please, please, please celebrate with us as we do that. So I'm going to try something here right now that I probably shouldn't, so I'm going to do it anyway. But we're going to do a slight call and response because this is really about, again, the students here and Maurice Pritchett. So when I say Maurice, I need people to respond to me and say Pritchett. Can we try that? Maurice. Maurice. All right, and I'm going to do that periodically throughout this presentation. So please, I need you to work with me so I don't look like I'm crazy standing up here without the support. All right, so thank you to the drum line. Let's give it up for the drum line that came in and brought us in. At this time, I am going to ask our Bayard Orchestra to please present with us the national anthem. So if you're seated, if you could stand, that would be great as they present the national anthem from our Bayard Orchestra, please. That's right. Our students are talented, aren't they? Absolutely. Thank you very much. Please have a seat. I would also like to thank Miss Juanita Pritchett and her family. Can we give it up for the Pritchett family, please? Our next guest here to the stage, speaking and giving a few remarks, will be our interim superintendent, Bob Andrzejewski. Dr. Andrzejewski previously served for the Christina School District in 2015-16. He is the executive director of the Delaware Mentoring Council from 2010 to 2014, and after retiring from the Red Clay Consolidated School District in 2009. Please note, presently, he also serves as the CEO of Donate Delaware, a nonprofit where he volunteers his time. Please welcome Dr. Andrzejewski to the stage, please.
Thank you, Mr. Ingram. I tell you what, this guy has energy, and Glasgow is blessed to have him as their leader. So let's give a hand for Mr. Ingram. I'm going to have a hard time replicating the enthusiasm, but I am excited to be here and actually honored. Mr. Pritchett, as I used to call him, and I go way back. We worked together as colleagues. We worked together as we became friends, as many of you are. And he was an inspiration for me because he always talked about the kids. And I would hear stories from people, families that would come to Bancroft. He helped them get food. He gave kids clothing, shoes. The man was just an incredible legacy in this community. And what an honor to have this new facility, this beautiful place, named after him. So again, I'm honored and humbled to be part of this ceremony, and I just encourage all of you, the family, the friends, the community leaders, and others, to support the young people here and the staff and the leadership to make Maurice Academy the super special place that it is. Because we don't want just the new building. We want to be able to see our students do better and better and better. And, years ago, I'll tell this and I'll let you go. I had a president's wife visit me at Shortledge when I was in Red Clay and right up the street. And we were able with a great team to get those students achieving well enough to pass back then the state test. So it can be done. So congratulations to all of you involved with this. And Maurice, he was a true champion for children. Thank you.
Before this next speaker comes to the stage, this is an opportunity for me to try what I said earlier. Maurice! There we go. I love it. Love the energy. At this time, we will have remarks from a number of influential people here in the state of Delaware. I preface this as lightly and nicely as I can. You have 2 to 3 minutes max for your remarks. And I did have a bell, but they told me that was inappropriate. But if I walk towards you slowly, please, that means your time is rounding out. But first, up here, we have the governor of the great state of Delaware, Mr. John Carney.
Butcher just gave me a couple extra minutes. No, I just got off a plane, literally, from Chicago. And I watched when I was in Chicago history in the making. And now as I arrived to this ribbon cutting for this wonderful school, I'm experiencing history right here on the east side of Wilmington. I really didn't know what to expect, but when the Bayard Orchestra started playing the national anthem, and I was looking at the flag over here, it became very apparent to me that if you stick together, anything's possible here in the United States of America, and anything is possible here in our great city. I've been waiting for this day for a long time, all the way back to the start of my administration when we created a partnership with the Christina School District. And I want to take this opportunity to thank the Department of Education and the Christina School District, Dr. Andrzejewski, and all the folks at the district for working together as we have over the last several months. One of the things that we decided to do was to invest in the school buildings in the district. And this building behind me represents that here on the east side, and we made a significant investment on the west side. And I have to thank the legislators are here, Senator Dave Sokola in particular, who bought into our plan to do this with 100% state funding, not calling on the taxpayers to raise their taxes to do it. As I wrap up my term as governor for all of you, I've had a lot of time to reflect on the work that we've been doing. Clearly, the most important thing that we've done is to work on providing resources to low-income children and English learners, and to make investments in the educators who help them, and in forming the Wilmington Learning Collaborative. And Dr. Laura Burgos is here. Dr. Burgos, stand up and we recognize all the folks that are part of that collaborative. In trying to get public support for the collaborative, I was knocking on doors just around the corner from Bancroft on 8th Street. And a family came to the door, and I asked them, told them what we were up to doing, and she said, my kids don't go to Bancroft. My kids go to a school outside of the city of Wilmington. Bancroft was right down the street. My hope is that this building, I firmly believe that this building will bring a lot of those families back to this neighborhood and into this beautiful school, and that's part of what we're trying to do. And the name of the school couldn't be more perfect, because Maurice Pritchett brought the love for those children to his work every single day. Juanita and the family, please stand up and be recognized. The Pritchett family here in the front row. All the way up from Atlanta, some of them. But we all know that a school is much more than bricks and mortar. It's a pillar of this community and a place of learning and opportunity. There will be learning breakthroughs in this building. There will be first days and graduations planned and celebrated in this building. There will be challenging days and ups and downs in this building. There will be lifelong friends made in this building. And you'll always remember the first day that you walked through this door and saw this beautiful building, and the potential in every one of the students that will walk through the doors of Maurice Pritchett Junior Academy. That sounds pretty good. So the educators have already embodied that message to their students every day. To the educators who are here, who show up every day for their students, this building is worthy of the great work that you do every single day. And you all have the most important job of all. A new building, as was said, won't solve everything. And we have a lot of work to do together to make sure that our children get where they need to be. But as I said at the outset, if we work together, we can do anything here in Wilmington and in our great state of Delaware. Let's cut I used to be lieutenant governor. I know how to cut a ribbon. Thank you all for coming. Enjoy the day.
He got a little bit more time because I'm a little afraid of my position and what could happen after. Everybody else that comes up, please do your best to get to that time limit. Next, I have a presentation from the Lieutenant Governor, Bethany Hall Long. She is unable to be here with us, but I will read that to you briefly for one moment, please. To the Maurice Pritchett Senior Academy team, civic leaders, and community champions, I wish you a warm congratulations. The grand opening of the Maurice Pritchett Senior Academy is a truly historic moment, inspired by the work of the beloved Bancroft principal and icon, Maurice Pritchett Sr. This school will leave an indelible mark on the city of Wilmington. I am so thrilled to see this school, the first newly constructed school in the city of Wilmington in decades, to open its doors to families. As a career educator, I believe that every child deserves a quality education. This prestigious academy will not only nurture the well-being of our children, it will set them on a path for success. The teachers and the school staff are critical to these journeys, and I commend them for their tireless dedication as they welcome this new chapter in their lives and in the lives of their students. I join Governor Carney, our federal and state elected officials, Mayor Mike Pritchett, the Christina School District, and the Delaware Department of Education and the Wilmington Learning Collaborative in commemorating this special day. As leaders, we must continuously be responsive to the needs of our constituents and further efforts so all Delawareans thrive. This new school will meet the students and allow them and their dreams to take flight. I look forward to seeing the continued success of our students and teachers as we pursue our goal for an equitable education for all. Bethany Hall Long, Lieutenant Governor. At this time, we will call the mayor of our great city, Mr. Mike Pritchett.
There's somebody in the audience who just watched me walk up those stairs, and she was pretty impressed because I had to go to get shots in my knee the other day because I couldn't get out of bed in the morning. It hurt so much. The shots worked. I'm just delighted to be here. I'm so happy for the folks in this city. We committed years ago that we are going to focus on our energy on the historic East Side, and to date, we have spent $22 million in restoring the housing stock of our neighborhoods. We have done everything we can over here. There's a liquor store right next to where the kids would come and go. We bought it and tore it down. We're doing all the things. There are all those little things. And, you know, I feel so good about what we've done. Crime has plummeted in this neighborhood. We feel so good about the future, but nothing buoyed our spirits more than when the governor said he was going to spend $100 million to redo this school. Now, can't do it without the legislature, so God bless all you guys, and thank you very much. But this guy drove this project in my mind, and we couldn't appreciate him for all the commitment he's made to the city here and the housing throughout the city. But the governor is right. It's not just sticks and bricks. It's not just repairing houses and repairing streets. It's restoring the soul of a community. And there's nothing that reflects that soul of my mind than what we do for the children who will go to this school. I've toured it. It's magnificent. I think it's going to be inspiration to parents and kids alike. And the members of the Christiana School District, you can be proud. Donald, you can be proud of this. It's just a magnificent structure. And we pray that everything inside the building is as beautiful as outside. And you're so right. Pritch would be so proud of this, right? I was talking to little Pritch. That's a joke. Young Pritch about his dad. And we shared some stories that are really sweet, and I thank you for those stories. But ladies and gentlemen, let's enjoy the day. Let's celebrate the day. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mayor Pritchett. Maurice! Nah, see, you guys weren't ready. Maurice! All right, come on, celebration. At this time, we will have our City Council President, Mr. Ernest Trippy Congo.
So for those of you who might not know, this guy right here is my little cousin. So when I came up here, he said, "Man, don't say anything crazy." But I'm not. You have my word. I'm not going to set you up today. Well, hello, everybody. It is so good to be here today. I want to thank my little cousin for allowing me to be a part of today's celebration. Mr. Pritchett was a man who did not like a lot of recognition. He did not like a lot of accolades. He was just all about the work. So when I was asked to say a few words, I started writing some things down, but I just thought, like, what can I really say about this man, this giant, this icon who has just helped generations of families in our city, in our county, in our state. And I can't put into words what he still means to our city and to our community. So just for a few minutes, I'm just going to talk to all of you, talk to myself about what I think that Mr. Pritchett would want us to be about. This beautiful building, I am so excited again just to be in front of it, but it's not about the building. And for him, he knew it wasn't about the building, it was about those kids that are in the building. It's great to have a beautiful building, but we want to make sure that we are preparing these students to have beautiful minds. And Mr. Pritchett, he was a graduate of Howard. And Howard, that was before my time, but I don't think it was a state-of-the-art building like it is now, like this building. But those students who graduated from Howard High, they had teachers who cared and loved them. They had a community who cared and loved them. And they had families who cared and loved them. So we have to make sure that same type of care and love and energy is put into not only the students that are going to be at this academy, but every student from the city of Wilmington. And I think that would be his words to us today, not to be satisfied with his name being on the building and this new building. I know he's smiling down on us right now, but he would in no way be satisfied. He would want academies throughout this entire city so that every student will have the opportunity that these students who are going here will have. And in closing, I just want to thank you, Miss Juanita, and thank all of you, Mr. Pritchett's children. I know it was not easy sharing him with a community and with families and with a city who needed him. But because of him and because of you, we are all better people. And I can just hope that me as an elected official and every elected official in here just make sure that we make education a priority and that this is not a conversation that we have in another 50 years. We got to make sure that we are not waiting another 50 years to have another new school in Wilmington. We should be celebrating schools every year, new schools in Wilmington every year. And with the help of all of you, with the help of all of us as elected officials, we can make that happen. And I know he didn't just stand up. Not when you gave the governor 20 minutes. But that's all. Thank you so much, everyone. And let's celebrate this awesome school.
All right, thank you, Mr. Congo, for your brief comments. At this time, we will have the leader of education in our great state here of Delaware, in the name of Dr. Mark Holliday. If you could come up, please, sir.
Seven and a half years ago, a newly elected governor convened the Newcastle County superintendents in his office and shared his desire and vision to invest in the city of Wilmington. So when the governor opened with his remarks, he recognized the General Assembly and a lot of people that certainly deserve credit for today in this physical plant. But I know of no one else who championed more for this to happen than our governor, and I thank him. Thank you, Governor. I also had the opportunity toward the end of my career when I first became superintendent to meet Mr. Pritchett. He asked me to call him Pritch, which I never did. I had too much respect for him, what I had heard about him and the influence he had on so many educators in our state. So I called him Mr. Pritchett. I kept meeting with him around initiatives that had to do with improving opportunities and outcomes for kids. So I agree with Mr. Congo when he says that if Mr. Pritchett were here, he'd be incredibly proud, I'm sure, of his name being on this school. But he would expect me as the Secretary of Ed to do one thing, and that is to ensure that the educators in this building, the leaders, the teachers, the paras, the custodians, school nutrition, everyone has the kind of support they need to create the kind of community school and community hub that Pritchett Academy should be, and I'm going to do just that. Thank you.
All right, at this time, I believe he was able to make it. He had a slight delay. If Senator Coons, if you are here, we'd appreciate it if you would make your way to the front. Yes, sir, you are. Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, everybody. Forgive me for being just a little late at the beginning of this ceremony. I just flew in from an event that was in Chicago. I don't know if anybody happened to see something that happened in Chicago last night. There was a little bit of joy in Chicago last night, and a decent number of Delawareans. And I shouted a little too much, so my voice is a little hoarse. I had the blessing of being next to our governor, and I saw him smile an awful lot last night. I first met Maurice Pritchett in 1988, and I cannot say enough good things about the heart of this man. Bancroft was named for someone who was a giant in education in Delaware 100 years ago. We name our most important things after the people who are most important to us and our community. And while William P. Bancroft accomplished wonderful things in the 1920s, Maurice Pritchett accomplished amazing things in his 30 years of leadership of Bancroft. And it is completely fitting and righteous that his name should be remembered for generations here at Bancroft Academy and on the east side and across Wilmington and across Delaware. I have a lot of stories I could tell, but I will save you. I was stunned at how open-hearted, determined, generous, and clear-eyed he was, at how he met students as they came in every single morning, at how passionate he was at meeting kids where they were, meeting their needs, and making sure that they were safe, cared for, and fed physically, spiritually, and educationally. Juanita, you should be so proud. To Pritchett's children, you should be so proud, because this giant of a man who had an enormous heart, although I'm told, not from experience, but I am told, if you were with him on the basketball court, you didn't see any of that giant heart. It was all elbows. He was fierce and relentless in his passion for and commitment to children. And when my family and I started a chapter with Art Boswell of the I Have a Dream Foundation here at Bancroft, he did everything he possibly could to make the program work, to fight for children, and to open doors of educational opportunity. I learned a lot from Maurice Pritchett, a lot about being relentless and passionate and caring, and he touched the lives of thousands. Let's celebrate him today in the best possible way by not just putting his name on a beautiful brand new building, by not just recognizing that he is here with us in the spirit of all whose lives he touched, but by telling his story and retaining his model of someone who insisted on educational excellence for children. Thank you all. God bless you.
Thank you, Senator Coons. Maurice! All right, come on. At this time, I would like to call up Senator Darius Brown.
Good afternoon. I would like to thank my Senate colleagues for their support in this project. Those that are here, if you wave your hand or stand so that those that are here can recognize you. Senator Dave Sokola, Senator Tizzy Lockman, Senator Kyle Evans-Gay. I think I recognized everybody from the Senate. Bancroft School was an educational institution on Wilmington's east side to develop the minds of young people with a world-class education. Beyond its physical facade, we had a transformational leader. I can't say just his first name. Us on the east side have to call him Mr. Pritchett. Became the head and heart of our communities. He was not just the school principal, but he was one of us. He was from the neighborhood because he grew up right here on Wilmington's east side. I see so many of the kids that grew up with me on the east side here today, and it is a tribute to the legacy of Mr. Pritchett. Mr. Pritchett was the pride of the east side, and for us growing up on the east side, not only did we have Mr. Pritchett, but as we walked to school, to Bancroft, we walked by Mayor Seals' house as the first African-American mayor in the city of Wilmington. Our after-school activities were at People Settlement with Art Boswell leading People Settlement. Mr. Pritchett had us playing basketball in Bancroft as part of the Kappa League. It was a whole lot of Kappas. Yeah. So for those that say, well, Darius, why are you not a Kappa? Blame that on Josh Martin. Yeah. There were so many teachers like Miss Legg, Mr. Yilduzian, Mr. Waters, Miss Marshall, Miss Schreiber, Miss Hutchison, Mr. Peel, and Miss Price that invested in us as young people here on the east side. I can remember at Mr. Pritchett's retirement, Congressman Castle at the time said he was so happy that Mr. Pritchett wasn't running for office for all of the thousands of people that came to his retirement dinner at the Chase Riverfront. Mr. Pritchett was an architect of a learning ecosystem that connected the school to parents, community organizations, and social services, his pioneering work literally changed our lives. I am so proud the new school is being named after my elementary school principal. And it is my hope that his legacy of leadership and love will inspire the faculty, students, and parents once again. I cannot leave this moment without saying thank you to Ms. Pritchett and to the Pritchett family for your investment and your great gift of giving to all of us, Mr. Pritchett, as a part of our lives. And thank you, Governor John Carney, for your investment on Wilmington's East Side, to the kids of the East Side, not only in Bancroft, but with a brand new people settlement, a brand new Kingswood Community Center, a North Wilmington Library, and investing over $300 million in affordable housing. Your commitment to the Wilmington Learning Collaborative has shown your commitment to education for our kids. And I want to make sure on this day that as we celebrate Mr. Pritchett, there's many governors that have made promises, but you are one governor that have kept your promise. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Senator Brown. At this time, we will hear from Representative Stephanie T. Bolden, please, if you could come up.
Maurice, that sounds a lot better. Good afternoon. I'm Stephanie T. Bolden, State Representative for the 2nd Representative District, which is in this particular area. It is with immense pride and gratitude that I stand here before you today to celebrate the opening of Maurice Pritchett Senior Academy. This moment marks not just the beginning of a new chapter for education in Wilmington, but also the continuation of a legacy that has inspired many, many generations. Maurice Pritchett Sr. is a name that resonates deeply within our community. At this time, I'd like those persons, the Stafford family, if you are here, to stand up, because these are people that grew up in this neighborhood where the Pritchetts live. And I saw you in the back, Carol, all the rest of you back there. So stand up and let them know. There they are. Okay. And anyone else that grew up here in this particular neighborhood. Maurice Pritchett, his unwavering commitment to education, his passion for uplifting young minds, his dedication to fostering a brighter future for all have left an incredible mark on our city. This academy bearing his name is a testament, a true testament to the countless lives that he has touched. Today, we open the doors to a place of learning, growth, and opportunity, a place where students will be challenged, nurtured, and inspired to reach their fullest potential. This academy represents a collective commitment to providing our children with the tools that they need to succeed, not just academically, but to be responsible and be compassionate and engaged in the neighborhood and here. On a personal note, I attended Stubbs School, which was built in 1952. That was one of the first schools, and that's over 72 years when that school was built. We had a first and second grade was at number 29 school, which is now Howard. And then, of course, we had Howard High School, which used to be on Orange Street. And then the new school was moved to where we have now Clifford Brown Walk. We were able to walk to school. I walked to Stubbs, which was across the street from where I lived. I was late every day. And I could walk to Bancroft, and I could walk to Howard. The neighbors, the people in the neighborhood knew the children. They knew your name. If you messed up, you got a problem at parents and teachers, etc. So this is the type of community I'm hoping we can rebuild again. Mr. Pritchett went to Delaware State University. It was college then. Juanita Pritchett was there when I was a student there. and I saw the romance, how it festered and the whole thing. And not only did he teach here and open up his door to many parents that came and talked to him, there was the respect. And then, of course, they also used to live in Penn Acres, where was it Penn Acres? Yeah, where my cousin Claudia and them lived. And so I know the boys when they grew up. So this is a family that I want to say, because she is my colleague, my friend, and we are sisters in different sororities, but we're still sisters. And I appreciate you. So please, guys, stand up again and let us give you the thanks that we should. And yeah, we can still stand. So as we cut this ribbon, we are not just opening a school, we're opening the doors to a future where every student has a chance to strive. We are honoring a man whose life works has been dedicated to ensuring every child, no matter their background, circumstances, or access to quality education. I want to thank everyone who has worked tirelessly to bring this academy to life. The educators, administrators, community leaders, and most importantly, the parents and students who are the heart of this school. Your dedication and passion has made it possible today, and I also want to thank each and every one of you who had a small part in it that we may not have recognized, but to be here. And just know that a legacy or building is not just a name, but I want you to talk and teach each and every one of your kids who the person was, not just the name and why the building was named after him, but you need to teach them what he did, who he was. The same thing with Howard High School. They need to know the education, because that was the only school blacks could attend that used to stay here in the city with parents of other kids so that they could go to a high school. They came from Maryland, from Pennsylvania, and New Jersey, and went home on weekends. So these are important things. Stubb School. These are named after African-American people. So know it. Don't just know a Stubb School. Know who it was. Okay? Know it. And I'm preaching to the choir because I'm a retired teacher. I love teaching. I taught high school, and I will always be a part of the kids in this community. We have a tribute from the House of Representatives. I'd like each member of the House of Representatives to come here. Up to the stage, we have our President of Education, Kim. Anyone that's still here from the House of Representatives in Dover. All right, this tribute, and I don't want it just to be stuck somewhere in the desk. I want it on the walls as you open up, each and every one of them. So this tribute is from the House of Representatives. It extends sincere wishes and directs a tribute to be presented on this particular day, and it's signed by our Speaker of the House, the first female Speaker of the House, Valerie Longhurst, myself, and all members of the House of Representatives. So thank you. I know I went over my time, but I want him to know I'm an alumni, and I was on the cheering squad at Bancroft, too. Maurice Pritchett. Maurice Pritchett. Thank you. God bless.
I definitely not going to
All right. Thank you, Representative Bolden. At this time, we will be calling up from the Wilmington Learning Collaborative, Dr. Laura Burgos. Please give her your attention, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am excited to join you today on behalf of the Wilmington Learning Collaborative. While we are just moments away from cutting through the opening day ribbon, I know that the real celebration will begin and will come from the teaching and learning experience we are able to cultivate within the walls of this amazing new building. Maurice Pritchett Senior Academy will lead the charge of the Wilmington Learning Collaborative with bold new ideas and solutions transcending school walls and impacting the city at large, including the other 8 school communities that make up our cross-district network. Today marks the beginning of a new era, and with that comes a collective responsibility to ensure that Pritchett Academy becomes an exemplar for the Wilmington education experience. The opening of school doors is just the first step in a much larger narrative around how we foster innovation, fueled by a belief that all children can be successful. The Wilmington Learning Collaborative is honored to stand alongside Pritchett Academy leaders, educators, families, and community partners on a journey toward redefining Wilmington education, one that puts students first, connects city schools across district lines, and invests in purposeful partnerships. Today is a beautiful day in Wilmington. Let's come together to ensure that the legacy of Maurice Pritchett Senior Academy is more than ceremonial, but sustainable, more than transactional, but transformational, more than an event, but a movement that marks the evolution of education in the city of Wilmington. Together, with an unwavering commitment to change, we can arrive at a shared belief that our children can if we will. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Burgos. It's almost that time, ladies and gentlemen. I promise you, I assure you. At this time, we will have the president of the board for the Christina School District. He will come forward, Mr. Donald Patton.
Oh, he said I have 5 minutes. Well, I'm going to take about 2. So first, let me, because I'm here on behalf of the Christina School District Board, so any board members, could you please stand up, please? Any of our board members present? Vice President, Ms. Alethea Smith-Tucker, Amy's Trouts in the back. I saw Monica Moriak. Anyone else? Did I miss any? YF Lou had to leave, but he was here. Thank you very much. So this is a special treat for me because Maurice was a mentor for me. When I became an administrator in the Christiana School District, Maurice Pritchett took me under his wings and taught me the things that I did not know and helped me as I was going along the way for many years. I want to thank, I just met her today for the first time, Mr. Vasso's wife, and because Mr. Vasso and Maurice were like twin brothers. If you saw one, you saw the other. Juanita, I want to thank you for all the text messages, all the spiritual, uplifting messages recently. Thank you very much. I appreciate you. Marty, Andre, Dwayne, and Danielle. And Danielle, I have to pay you because you were one of my cheering squad leaders. So thank you very much for the calls and the texts and the messages. About 3 weeks ago, I was having a conversation and I found out that the governor and the Secretary of Education were a little upset because we didn't have an administrator in this building. And so I sit down and I talk to a person that some people won't even understand how much that she's given. But I talked to Dr. Joyner to figure out how we can make this right. We can't have people putting all this money into this school and not have a leader, a transformational leader, a person who is going to come in and make sure that our kids get what they need. And so Dr. Joyner said, I don't see any other person to do this other than myself. So I want to thank her. She could have appointed someone else, but she said, this is a time that requires me to step up. So this school is going to open with a transformational leader and someone who is pulled together a team that makes me proud to say to the governor and those who've invested, the legislators who've invested in this building, that it won't be just students moving from across the street to a new building. It'll be a transformational leader who is working with the staff and the students and the families to make sure the students have a better outcome than they've had. And I want to leave with this. I've been on this board for 4 years. And in the 4 years, this is the beginning of the 4th year, I have never been so optimistic about the future of the students in the city of Wilmington as a result of the leaders that we will have in all 4 of our schools this coming year. Can we give them a round of applause with their staff, please? And lastly, Juanita, I love you. I praise you. This building is named after Maurice Pritchett Sr., but I remember the days when you were right alongside of him, when you tutored students in the Norman Oliver program with him. And I remember the last time I saw him was with you, and I remember those words, and I've repeated them before, when he said to me, "I'm proud of you, and I love you," and that will always stay in my heart. Thank you very much.
All right, so our final speaker today, I don't need to give an introduction. Thank you, Mr. Patton, for leading in. You heard it first from him, our Deputy Superintendent, Chief Academic Officer, who said that I want to be involved and I want to make sure that our students are in a very good place. So at this time, I'd like to welcome her to the stage to address all of you. Dr. Joyner. That's my fault.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. Esteemed guests, dedicated staff, students, and community members. It is both an honor and a privilege to stand before you today as me and my team, officially open the Maurice Pritchett Senior Academy. As Deputy Superintendent of the Christina School District, I cannot express how thrilled I am to embark upon this exciting journey with an incredible team that has worked tirelessly to bring this vision to life. Growing up in this area, I have a deep-rooted connection to the East Side community and its educational history. My father attended Bancroft, my uncle, and they were both part of the state champion track team in 1955. We have cherished photographs from the 50s and all those distinctive men of the 60s called the crew right at my family's home today, reminding us of the lasting impact that dedicated educators like Mr. Pritchett had on students' lives. So standing here today amidst the stunning architecture of this magnificent building fills me with immense pride and gratitude. The Maurice Pritchett Senior Academy is not just a school, it's a beacon of hope and opportunity for our students, our families, and community members, as well as the city of Wilmington as a whole. This state-of-the-art facility is designed with a lot of modern concepts that will revolutionize the way our kids learn and engage with their education. The open learning areas encourage collaboration and creativity, allowing students to work together and share ideas in a dynamic environment. Our flexible auditorium is a versatile space that will host a variety of events, from performances to, I hope, community gatherings, and fostering a sense of togetherness and pride. Every carefully thought out feature in this school has been meticulously planned to enhance student success and well-being. The project was not a solitary endeavor. It was a community effort. Countless individuals and organizations came together so that this school would be a place where our students can thrive academically, socially, and emotionally. The commitment of our community has been truly inspiring, and I'm confident that the Maurice Pritchett Senior Academy will serve as a valuable asset for decades to come. So as we welcome our students to this incredible facility this fall, let us remember that we are not just building a school, we are cultivating leaders of tomorrow. Together, we will empower our students to reach their goals, their fullest potential, carry forward the legacy of Mr. Pritchett, and make a lasting impact on our community. I want to thank you all for your support, and here's to a bright future ahead at the Maurice Pritchett Senior Academy. I wanted to really quick, there were a lot of names called today, and there are a lot of folks that work behind the scenes, and I just wanted to call those names very quickly because we are appreciative, because without them, we would not be here today. We've heard Governor Carney, Mr. Saran Cade, Mr. Tim Ogden, the entire team at Whiting Turner, Mr. George Wicks, Mr. Paul Dunford, Miss Crystal Greenfield, Miss April Johnson, the Bancroft Pritchett staff, our board for all the approvals, our new assistant principals, Dr. Sean Todd, Dr. Sharon Hill, and even our past principals, such as Mr. Ingram here. So I was given a list of folks to thank, and I wanted to make sure that we called those names today. So thank you all very much.
All right. Maurice! Maurice! I need you, if you're seated at this time, I need you to stand up for me, please, because at this time I am going to call up Miss Juanita Pritchett and her family to the stage. Give them a round of applause, please.
I'm here. I got whatever you got.
Thank
Yeah.
Oh, please be seated. Good afternoon, distinguished guests and friends. On this joyous, historic day, I first say, God be the glory. I and my family humbly give thanks to Governor Carney, Delaware State University, and legislative entities at all levels, city, county, and state. Thank you. To the board members, superintendent of the Christina School District, petition signers, members of the Delaware Historical Society, and those in charge of the Bancroft estate, I thank you. Here with me today to say thanks to our sons, Maurice, Andre, Dwayne, and daughter, Danielle, with their families.
Hey.
Maurice's sister, Beverly Matthews, and her family. His brother, Carlton, could not be here today. The now matriarch of the family, Alberta Ponzo. My family members who have traveled from afar, please raise your hand, any family member. And then what I call the group, and you know the group, that's the Curtises and the Masons. Maurice was at Bancroft 35 years, left and came back, but somehow 53 Curtises went through that building while he was there. He had a seat for them in his office. There were those who didn't have to sit, but there were many who did. Here with me today also is Mrs. Barbara Vassos, Peter Vassos' wife. Maurice and Pete were like brothers. She expresses her thanks also. I want to also thank the administrators of Bancroft who served while my husband was there, and those staff members, secretaries, teachers, custodians, cafeteria workers. These people came early and stayed late, and the test scores were good. Of course, I see many friends, and I say thank you to you too for the support over the years. My husband had a passion and mission to help meet the needs of children, and he drew in others who also shared that same passion. Parents, members of the PTA, the Oaks, the Seals, the Staffords, the Baileys, the Wrights, Amir Garrett, Bonnie Mooker, the Doc Hill, who gave him his scholarship to DSU, and many others. I thank you. I met Maurice on the campus of Delaware State University, an HBCU. And I'm going to tell you something about him that's not on the wall and that you have never heard before. Maurice, when I got on campus, was a good-looking young man, quite wise and smart. And he made an astute, wise comment to me. He said, "Hey, girl, I want to talk to you." I was hooked. 4 years on campus, 55 years, I was hooked. You know that song, those of you with Little Gray. What's your name? Is it Mary or Sue? That was our song. Gee whiz, I love that man. Maurice was a Kappa. Kappas wear red. Any Kappas in the house?
Yo.
Any Kappas in the house?
Yo.
All right. And the Kappas, significant others, are the silhouettes, and they wear red. Any silhouettes in the house? All right. My buddies. They wear red, and I will always be Maurice Pritchett's lady in red. Always. Always. I'm a pearl, pink and green. But first, I'm his lady in red. Red is the color of love in February. It's the love month. Now, as I close, as I began with these remarks, and you have heard them before, you have read them. These three, faith, hope, and love. Faith was what the governor had as he worked with his people down there at the Capitol, talking, trying to find the money to bring a school here on the east side of Wilmington. Thank you. That was faith. He had to get the backing. Hope. That was what the plans were about. You have to plan. Plan then, and they're planning now. Even as these doors open next week, plans have been made for these children this year and many more years. But the greatest of these is love. Love is the one that drives it all. And I want to say that. When I was teaching, my area was English. So I love ironies and motifs. And I looked at this building and I said, 4 steps. 4 steps for people entering this building. First step, L. Second step, O. Third step, V. Fourth step, E. Love. That's what is needed. Nothing happens unless there's the love. And as the children enter and receive love, they will leave. They will grow up, go out, serve this community, serve the city, serve the state as citizens. They will travel to other states, and they will serve also there as citizens. And some of them will even travel overseas and give service, all because of the love that they got from here. They will carry that love that they received from the Maurice Pritchett Senior Academy. Maurice had that love, and his staff, and the community, and the many parents. These children, as they leave, will heal the world because of the love given to them here. So let's give love when we wake up in the morning. During the day, give love. As you finish up your day, think about the love that you gave and end it with love. And we will all, along with the students here, heal the world with love. It's love. I love you, and I thank you.
No, say it's just there. But you're good.
All right. Are there any students that are here? Are there any Maurice Pritchett Academy students soon to be in the crowd? Are you here? If you're here, if you could make your way to these steps. Anyone? Anyone? Come on, come on. Come on, give them a hand. Come on, any students that are coming here in 1 week, just about. Come on up. Also, the governor and some of our elected officials, if you would come up at this time, we are going to cut the ribbon so we can get this started. Give it up again. Maurice! Yeah. Maurice!
Glad you get behind me.
Let me.
Let's go behind. Let's go behind them. Go behind them. Go behind them.
Go behind. Go behind. You should go behind them. Go behind.
All right, can we get one more round of applause before we get this ribbon cutting? All right. Outstanding.
Oh.
All right, as you are taking your pictures, I just want to give you a layout of what's about to happen. Continue to take pictures. This is an amazing event, 50 years in the making. But as we close out, I just want to leave you with something I believe Mr. Pritchett would have shared or would have wanted me to share with all of you. For those of you who don't know, I was the close to immediate principal when Mr. Pritchett left. So I share that with you only to say that even when he left what was formerly Bancroft, now becoming the Pritchett Academy, his love of the community and students extended beyond that. When I stepped foot into Bancroft in 2009-10, I was afraid, not physically, but just afraid of being able to fill his shoes. And what he said to me regularly and often was, "You can do this. This is possible for you, and I'm going to help you." His mentorship those following years were critical to us continuing to hold the torch that he lit in 1975. So as we leave out today, I give you an acronym for Lions of what I think that he would want you to know about the future Lions that are about to come into this building. The L for Lions is that every student that comes through this building is going to live out their dreams. The I is going to be that they are going to be involved and take full advantage of every opportunity. And if there aren't opportunities, they are going to make them. The O is going to stand for them outlasting anything or anyone that is trying to hold them back. The N is going to be for them to never give up. Fall 7, get up 8. And finally, the S, this is for my young students. Some of you probably don't know this, but there's something they say, stand on business, right? So the S is for stand on business is they are going to do what they say they're going to do and be a positive force in making a difference in every life that they come in contact with. So that's the Lions that are coming through this door in the next 2 weeks, Bancroft Lions. So thank you for your time today. We're super excited about this, and we will have an opportunity to get some tours that'll be happening here in the building soon thereafter. Thank you very much.
Good Morning Wilmington is powered by DART, Delaware's transit service, moving forward.
Good morning, Wilmington. Good morning, Wilmington. I say good morning, Wilmington. Wake up, y'all. Come on, have a great day. Ooh.
Good morning, Wilmington. What's going on? It's your main man, Big Ivy, talking to tell Mr. DETV, and I'm Mr. Positivity. Look, check it. Today is an amazing day in Wilmington, but I have some great guests here in studio that's going to talk to you about everything from the night market, from SoCo night market. I got Nataki and Khadidra here. Did I say it right? All right. They gave me the thumbs up, so I'm good with that. And then I have also coming up first, Black Men in Education right here in Delaware. These Black men are making just waves through education. But most of all, I want to know what we can expect, what parents can expect this year going into the 2024-2025 school year. All right, let's get started. So let's get started with my main man, the principal over at Glasgow High School.
How you doing? I appreciate it. I appreciate the opportunity to be here today. As you stated, Butch Ingram, the principal of the Glasgow High School, the #1 high school in the state of Delaware. Just want to throw that out there in case anybody wanted to know. Again, been in education about 25 years. I'm excited about the opportunity to sit here with these men and yourself and really just talk about some things and how we can support our youth in the community and just make things better for everybody.
I appreciate it, Butchie, because I got to say, we G-High all day around
Absolutely,
here, right?
all day, every day.
94 G-High. All right, we got next up.
I'm Rob Peterson. So I was not a G-High student. However, I'm a G-High employee right now. Thoroughly enjoy Glasgow High School. I'm a dean of students and also athletic director at Glasgow High School. Been in education for about 15 years now.
Nice, nice. I love it. And Rob and I go back like the ways of the dinosaur. So glad to have you, man. Thanks for coming.
Appreciate it.
And my man here who's been through the whole system, the education system for a lifetime, damn near.
Almost 25 years now, yes.
All right.
Yes, my name is Rasheem. They call me Rocky Hollis. Colonials, 1995. All right, but I'm currently the assistant principal at Hudson Votech.
All right, thanks for coming. Really appreciate it.
Thank you for having me.
And we have the #1 Eagles fan in the building.
Aaron Bass, CEO of Eastside Charter School. Glad to be here.
All right, gentlemen, thanks again for coming. Really appreciate you showing up today, and especially short notice. School year's right around the corner. and this is for anyone, you can just jump in. What can parents expect, or what can parents expect from your school this year?
Tag me in, right?
Tag you in, baby.
So, of course, we're excited about the school year. This is the time of the year where everybody gets super excited and they kind of just get everybody together and get motivated to inspire our youth that are coming in. Every year coming in is a challenge because, you have that summer break in between. I'm sure we'll have an opportunity to talk about that as we kind of go through. But we look forward to positioning them for success, and that's the way we kind of look at it. Our theme for this year, throwing it out there early, I know that song that's out there, by Kendrick is They Not Like Us, right? So that's the theme for Glasgow High School this year, is that they not like us because we feel like we are in position to just take it to a whole new level. And what I mean when I say that is we are really wanting to put those students, as I said before, in position to be successful. And the way that we do that is putting the right people in front of them, making sure that they are developed and making sure that they are inspired, they're motivated, and they're in getting the right professional development to be successful. So for us, for me, I know Mr. Peterson may have a little bit of a twist to that because he also is at Glasgow High School, but we are ready. We've been ready. The summer is over, and we are in full swing and ready to make it happen.
Boy, he make it sound like he can't even win the pendant out this month, don't he? Jeez. All right, everybody, who else?
CEO.
I think for us, the big focus is around student growth. So right now we've almost doubled our math scores in the last 2 years on the state assessment. We're focused on individual student growth. We're about to open our STEM hub, which I think is really important for us because we want to expose young people access to STEM. We have some incredible corporations coming in to work with our young people and also to the public. So this is something where we're doing workforce development, mental health, and also have a student-based health center. So we're building a medical facility within Eastside this year because we make sure that our community gets all the support that it needs.
Now, I love it because one thing I love about Eastside Charter, my daughter attends there, and she went to another school. School's going to be named, not going to be named at all. But going to Eastside Charter, her grades improved, her social skills improved. Like she is, you can see a total difference in Madison right now. So again, shout out and to Eastside Charter for what you guys do over there.
I think what's amazing about our school is, myself included, so I'm also a parent of a student at Eastside Charter School. Many of our staff are parents that have children at Eastside, and so our decision making is really not about always other people's children. It's about how do we improve our own children. So my conversation is, if you cannot have your child attend the school that you're leading, then you shouldn't be in education. And so we need to make sure that we're building institutions that the leaders that are in them also are reflecting the students that are there and thinking for their best interests as well.
Love it, love it. All right, come on, Rocky.
So VoTech, you know how we do it.
Yeah.
VoTech, we about NCCVT works. We actually create an avenue, an actual environment where students can go either way in life. They can go into college, they can go into the career pathways. Of course, career pathways is one of our biggest focuses, but we still give our students the opportunity to actually go whatever direction they want. And that's one of the things across the districts. Now, I'm at Hudson, but it's a consistent voice that we have across all 4 of our schools: Hudson, Del Castle, St. George's, Howard. How do we promote and make sure our students are able to go into the career path and those soft skills? Some things we find out is that our kids, even when they go to college, because they have those soft skills, they do very well in the college setting because their senior year, they're going back and forth from work, then they have to go to school at the same time. So how to balance those two out and be professional, how to go amongst adults and have those conversations as a student with adults who are running companies, it becomes valuable, especially when they have to become self-advocates in the college world. But then also if they go into the career paths, it's a great opportunity for all of our students. So we'll continue with the same vision of our district, is making sure our students are capable of going anywhere in the world.
All right, I'm gonna put a pin in it because I want to come back and talk about VoTech, why VoTech is really important outside of the other schools. All right, Dean of Students.
I'm just listening to the conversation. I think everyone said some valuable information. In particular, you talked about Eastside Charter and talking about that investment that parents, not just an employee of the school, but you're a parent as well of the building. And the plateau of opportunities that the VoTech schools provide as well. I think it's important for all of us in education to kind of really stay focused on the plateau of opportunities, right? To think in terms of, what if my child wasn't in school? My children are older now, but what if they were in this school? What would I do differently to prepare our students to move forward? And for us, it's a holistic process to provide opportunities for our kids to be critical thinkers, to move forward, and as they walk out of our schools, can they be productive citizens in our society? So it's important for us to stay focused as men in general, Black men in general, to focus on the process of providing opportunities for our kids moving forward. So
You over there nodding.
No, I'm nodding because it sounds good, man. I like how you're paying attention.
Yeah.
Watch what's going on with class. No, but I just to piggyback off of the three things that were said, I agree. It is all about opportunity, and it is all about meeting each student where they are and figuring out what's the best path for them. And I think that that's something that we all do a great job of, and we're hopeful that other leaders in the state and in their schools are doing the exact same thing, because everybody has an opportunity to be great, and everybody's path is very different. There is no cookie cutter approach to education or a cookie cutter approach to putting them in position to be successful. And I think that Eastside Charter offers that opportunity, Votech offers that opportunity, traditional schools offer that opportunity. And I like choice from that perspective, where they have an opportunity to choose what works best for them, and parents have an opportunity to do that. But what I will say over here for Dr. Bass over there, what I will agree with is that if people are not in front of students who actually believe in the school or the program like he does for his school and his program with his students, it's not going to be successful. It doesn't matter what you have in your school. If the people there are not committed and see the same vision or are aligned with that same vision, it doesn't happen.
What makes y'all committed? Was there something in your life? Like, you could have been anything in the world you wanted to be, right? Like on Blue Hill Ave, you could have been anything you wanted to be. Why did you choose to be an educator?
For me, I didn't particularly choose it from the beginning. It kind of chose me. So some years ago, I'm an entrepreneur and have been for some time. My wife and I had daycares, and there was a moment in life where we're trying to figure out how to get into the education, the high school system, right? Because one thing going from. You
had a toy store.
I had a toy store too. I did. I had a toy store. Memories, absolutely. So we were trying to figure out how to go from that daycare age into the high school aspect. And then, as time would tell, I got a phone call one day from my brother-in-law who was offered a position in the high school from Mr. Maurice Pritchett, which absolutely. He couldn't do it. He said, I got the perfect guy that'll do it. And he called me. And I walked into Newark High School, and some things happened, things transpired in the building, but I found my calling, right? And I felt like that there was something for me to provide, not just to the kids, but I can learn from them as well to provide to the world, right? So for me, that's kind of been in the beginning of my story. Kind of started at that paraprofessional position and kind of worked my way through the process, just trying to learn what I could in the business to better support our students.
Now, my path was a little bit different. It's a little bit hilarious, but to me it is. But I tell the kids at school a lot of times that my parents were educators, but I didn't necessarily want to be a teacher. But when I got to college, I said, I like my schedule like it is. Summers off, holidays off, weekends off. The best schedule in the world.
Right.
So when I went to my first class in college, they was like, why is everybody here? And everybody's talking about, I want to give back to my community. I was like, man, stop lying. You want the weekends off. You just like, I want the summers off.
Right.
But then when I got into the classroom, it was like, kids was gravitating to what I was given. And I just fell in love with it. And from there, kids was like, they would see me in the hall, they would see me at the mall, they'll see me in the neighborhood, Mr. Hollis, I enjoyed what you did in class. And I'm like, I wasn't doing it, but just having fun myself.
Right.
And as I started to develop and the years progressed, I was like, okay, there's a need here because young people are responding to me. What am I going to do with this? So it became I'm now giving back more. And I said, even when I even dress up just to go outside, I have to dress a certain part because my students see me in a different way. If I'm teaching them to do certain things, to go to this next level, to go to the next plateau, it just started ingraining into me. Then I have my own kids.
Right.
What am I leaving to my children? You know what I'm saying? If I'm out here and I'm a horrible teacher and I'm a horrible educator, kids will talk about that to my kids, like, yo, your dad sucks. I never wanted that. That's a bad feeling to have somebody, your own kids, and they go on to school with these other kids, and they're like, yo, I had your dad.
Wow.
I never wanted that story to be me. So
I think the word I'm hearing though is calling. And so if you think about the reason why a lot of people, black men, educators in general, will jump in this is because it's a profession that picked us. And I think the other piece is, for me, in addition to a calling, I've always tried to figure out how to empower my community. So I will continually be invested in communities that look like me, that reflect in the work of what I've been doing. And education is a pathway to the future.
Right.
And I think by having very little access to education for so long within our community, how can you then inspire a young person to actually want to do something else? How can you break generational poverty? How can you actually build community? Education is the pathway. I think in partnership with a lot of other organizations, so interesting for us is working with Reach Riverside. I think for other communities, there's other groups that are out there that are trying to empower not just the students in the classroom, but also the entire community. Then that's making a huge impact where I've seen from my previous works, I've been in education for going on 3 decades now, that my students are now incredible adults. They're doing some great work in their careers. And now I'm looking at young people who are even 5 years old that I can see being in that same space 20 years from today. And so how do we build our community? How can we make sure that young people that look like us can be effective? How can we make sure that people that don't look like us can be effective? And so I think education is the pathway to do that.
Nice. Yeah. So my path was slightly different than everybody sitting here.
And I like this because everyone's path is different.
Absolutely.
I love it.
But I do agree with the calling part, and I'll get back to that point. Well, I had an aunt and uncle who were in education, actually 2 aunts and an uncle who were in education, all in the Christina School District where I presently am. One was an elementary teacher and one was a guidance counselor / dean at a middle school. So I saw the way that they worked. I saw the way they engaged with students and the things that they would consistently say to me, and also had an aunt who taught out in the state of Michigan. But outside of that, I went into banking. So my first career was banking. I was in banking and I'm always chasing the American dream, right? You go to college, you get a job, you chase the money, right? And so then when education came, I was like, there ain't no money here. So I don't know what I'm thinking about doing. So, I took an opportunity one summer, worked with some students. Also, through my fraternity, we worked with a lot of young people, and I just liked the idea of giving back. And it felt good to give back. It felt good to make that connection. So ultimately what happened was an opportunity presented itself. I went back in, and at the time, they were paying for us to go back to school to be able to do that. And I really just enjoyed it. And then as again, to Dr. Bass, what he said and what others were saying, it's just about that calling. So once you start doing what you feel like you're called to do, it becomes natural to you. It's not like work. It's just something that you wake up every day excited to do. And that's why I love what I do and I have done for the last 24 years or so in this particular profession, because it's important. It's important for us, and many of us have said it up here, for us as Black males in particular, to be models and to be able to stand in front of students, to be able to show them what's possible, to be able to have them see somebody who is successful, somebody who is educated, somebody who can position themselves in the right place to give back. And I also want to echo a couple of sentiments too, is that now you got to watch yourself. Because you are consistently watched. One of the things that educators are in our local communities is you're the rock star, you're the superstar, because everybody knows you, because all of these generations of kids and families and parents have come through you or have passed through you. So there are eyes watching you everywhere you go at all times. Some places I'll go now and I'm like, I gotta get out of here. All my kids are sitting in here, you know what I mean? But you have to be able to take on that responsibility and own it. And that's what I think we've all been able to do. And ever since, I wouldn't trade it for anything else in the world. Super excited.
As a Black man in education, when you walk down the hall and you see a young kid, that young male that looks like you, do they look at you totally different? Do they look at you like Big Brother? Do they look like they understand you?
I think it's important. Relationship is so important in education. So students sometimes they're apprehensive to just walk up to you and just speak to you. So once you start to develop relationships and it becomes a common conversation that's somebody you can trust, that's somebody you can work with, that's what develops that relationship. That even with the new students, that like VOTEP, one of the things is we have students that come from all over. So they don't know everybody in the building. But once they do see somebody that they do know, they're like, well, who can I trust? Who can I talk to? Oh, you can go to this person, you go to this person. Once you develop that relationship, and that's education everywhere. Relationship is so important to the foundation of education and helping kids understand where they're going, who they are, because there's so many people that's failing them at different places in their life, or something that might happen traumatic that they don't feel like giving out that space. But it's our job is to make that place safe for them. If you can make it safe for them, they trust you. Then that's what creates the conversation. That's what becomes the trust. And then they start to trust you with certain things. I mean, for example, I had a student just recently who was sitting there talking to me. He's like, Mr. Howes, you made it. I said, did I? Did I make it? I said, I'm not on TV, ain't no millionaire, bro. But he was like, he says, I know you, and this might be a little controversial, but this is his conversation with me in my office, one-on-one. He says, Mr. Howes, you got to tell me you sold drugs back in the day. I said, no, I did not. You don't have to be selling drugs to make it to be successful. He looked at me like with a puzzled face. You had to have sold drugs.
Wow.
Because you're doing a great job. You have to have something to get you over the hurdle. But he would have never had that conversation with anybody normal. But because he has a relationship, now I can talk to him and say, no, you don't have to do that. Now let's talk about what you can do.
What you can do, right. Or do you brothers go through the same thing with, like, you know, being at Glasgow, and I know it's a mixed group of students there, right? That you go through?
Yeah. The demographic is about 73%, you know, Black or Hispanic. So there's a lot of opportunities for us to engage. To your question or to your point. And I think that they do respond, but it is about connection, because just because I look like you doesn't mean you're necessarily going to answer or respond to me. You have to develop that relationship, because everybody's backgrounds are different, just like all of ours are. So just because of who I am doesn't give me the authority or the right to confront or engage with you a specific way. You have to ask the questions. You have to build the relationships. You have to build the connections, and then they start to trust. We talked about that trust, and then they open up. They share their life, and then you're able to respond and give them advice accordingly, or help to guide their path, if you would. So it's been challenging, because everybody doesn't, and some people think just because of who we are and who our positions are, that, oh, that's why they respond to you. Oh, that's why they're listening to you. But that's not necessarily the fact. That's not true. Because there are some kids that look exactly like I do that I'm like, oh, nah, you got to, Peterson, you got to talk to this guy.
Oh, so Peterson needs the muscle. Yeah. Okay, all right, I got it. I'm glad you said that.
There you go. Tag you in.
Because and let's talk about that. There is a level of discipline that Black men can give.
Yeah.
I remember, you know, growing up at grandma's house and mom's house, and she look at you across the room, and you're like, oh shoot, let me leave that alone. Right. So that level of discipline, like, is it okay? Is it different? And if so, how so?
I'm gonna tag them.
I think like the hard, and I think you said it. It's actually meeting kids where they are. Right, meeting students where they are, and yes, we're Black men, right, but I'm here, right. I'm here for whatever you want to talk about, and oftentimes relationships are developed over time, right, and relationship is king, right. It's not just important; it's the most important thing in our buildings, because most of our kids they look like us, as Ms. Ingram said, man. Like these kids, 72% in our building are. Our district in general, it's a very high percentage of young men and women that look just like us. So perfect example, as I'm in my building, I worked in elementary school for a couple of years, and we had a kid walk in our building, he's a phenomenal basketball player, and I didn't recognize who he was at the time. And he said to me, you don't remember me? I'm like, I don't remember you. Remember who you are? He's like, Mr. P, I'm who I am. Tell you his name.
Who I am, right.
I'm not gonna tell you what his name is.
Right.
But he said, I was in your class, I was in 3rd grade.
Wow.
And now he's going into his senior year right now.
How's that feel?
I felt old. I felt like the gray head. But here's what's important about the conversation. So we talked in the cafeteria. Later on that day, he came to my office and said, Mr. P, what's up, man? He said, I want to go to college.
Wow.
He really said that. I want to go to college. My mom's in school right now, and no one's going to college straight from high school. I want to do it. For me, having not remembered the kid as a 3rd grader and just seeing his smile right now, it meant everything. Right? So as humans, we go through our days and we have our challenges, right? We wake up sometimes and just don't feel like it.
Yeah.
But when you see those kids every single day that look like us, and not look like us sometimes, you push.
Yeah.
You grind harder and try to find a way to help these kids and dig deep to that why that we have to keep pushing forward.
There's actually a study out of Johns Hopkins, a man named Papa George did a study, showed just having a Black male educator in a student's life by 4th grade has a significant impact on students graduating from high school, entering into college, and their life outcomes, regardless of how effective that Black male was. Black men right now are 2% of the education population, just 2% right now, which means that our children, 90% of the people they're seeing typically aren't people that look like them as far as our Black children. By the way, that study also showed that Black males' impact wasn't just on Black students, also on all students.
Wow.
And so, I think that part is impressive. I think the other piece is looking at how Black men, back in the day, like Dr. King would talk about where he grew up, you would see the doctors, the lawyers living next to the person that was cleaning the streets.
Right.
And our communities,
that was East Side.
A lot of places are like that. So the teacher was right next to somebody else, and they all went to the church, and the guy that was cleaning the streets is also the deacon of the church, and so he had a different status to a student. We don't have that as much anymore. And so I think for when we have young people, because I've had young people as well go, I want to be like you. And that means a lot because we are role models. We know that being 2% of the population, that We want to present something different, and I think it's also about opening doors and avenues for other people. One thing I've tried to push is, it's great that you see me like this. Let me help you build a pathway. And it doesn't mean you have to be an educator. You can be whatever you want to be. So we focused on, our next project is on STEM. But honestly, if you become anything else and you can have a viable career and be successful, that was my job.
Right.
And so we're trying to figure out how to also build that pathway for other people.
Oh, man.
But that's important. I think it's, and so, like you mentioned, we don't see the doctor next door to the teacher anymore because people are moving out of our communities, right? So what's important for us, and I like what Ingram does in our building, and Mr. Hodgson does it as well to an extent in the East Side as well, is building that community, right, in the building, because it doesn't exist, right? We have choicing, which is a good opportunity for people, right? But the kids aren't seeing their friends in school anymore like they used to, right? They're not seeing the teacher living
From
next
the
door.
neighborhood.
From the neighborhood, right? And it's changing sports, it's changing everything in our building. So we can bring the community to them when they walk in our building and feel like they're at home, and they have those relationships with the men and women in the building, then that kind of helps that piece of education. So education is not just the math and the science, it's a holistic approach to everything, right? So.
And I want to just hit this one piece. You talk about discipline, and I think one of the key things we've lost in education is that discipline, the root is disciple. And that we are trying to tell people what to do as opposed to how they should live. And so if I can make you a disciple, if I can live a life that's actually one that's worthy. So we have to make sure that we're being examples in school and outside of school, and then building a model for somebody to actually follow. And so for our young people, if I'm doing the right thing and then I can help you do the right thing, then my discipline's out of love.
Right.
It's out of trying to show you a better way, as opposed to a lot of times we just try to kick kids out. And that's not really discipline, that's actually just us giving punishments.
Just giving punishment. And that's what, and it's a good way, we only got a couple minutes left. Your why, right? Your individual why. All right, but you gotta answer this why. What is your why with your eyes closed? All right? You gotta answer it with your why. Close your eyes and answer your why. We'll start with
Close now?
Yeah, close them out. Well, no, that's Ingram. We'll start with Ingram. All right, what's your why?
My why.
And what do you want to see this year from your students?
I believe, as my eyes are closed, hopefully I'm safe. Nobody's coming in here to get me. No, I believe my why is and has always been to inspire, motivate, and change a generation, right? I always believe that my total call and purpose has been to ensure that people know that they have a tremendous opportunity and that the world is waiting on them. I believe that not only my students, but the leaders, the educators, and everybody that is here knows that they are important and knows that they have to live out their authentic selves and not get themselves caught up into what the world sees them as. I have a small side YouTube, a little plug for my YouTube there, and it's called Worth an Hour. And what that Worth an Hour actually stands for is the I'll just go through the acronym, is what others really think hinders authenticity, not honoring our unique resolve. And what I mean with that is that us not being our unique selves, us not showing the world who we truly are, is robbing everyone of what the possibilities are. So for my kids this year, I hope that they come in, we allow them to be their authentic selves, and we continue to support them the best way we can.
My man, appreciate that. Woo! All right, I felt that one.
That's a lot to say with your eyes closed, by the way.
I should have went first.
He done set the bar.
He got a YouTube channel.
He gonna plug this real quick. Acronyms. How about you, Rob?
Eyes closed?
Eyes closed, bro.
So Benjamin Mays says, do whatever you do so well that no man yet born or unborn can do it better. For me, it's been an opportunity to create opportunities for people to grow through the work that I do. And it's to invest and to bring what's inside out to support those with everyone that you're connected to, not just me, but those that I teach and they're connected to as well. From a Glasgow perspective, a student perspective, it's again to reach deep inside. And the kids that don't want to be in school, don't want to be around, can't find that person to trust to assist them in the process of becoming better citizens, productive citizens in society, and their ability to move forward and be productive students in the building.
My man. All right, Rocky.
Y'all practice.
What
you got, Rocky? They had matching shirts too, right?
G-High, baby.
G-High, baby.
Oh, man. So for me, it's intentional impact to see all succeed that I come in contact with. Plain and simple.
My man. Oh, man.
I think my why is about impact, having an impact on others, and what I want to see is our young people win in the city of Wilmington and the entire state of Delaware.
No Eagles fan? No Eagles chanting there anywhere?
No, not yet. It's we still preseason.
Okay.
So we'll come back for another segment.
Well, gentlemen, thank you so much for stopping by. And I also want to make sure that the parents know at home before we tune out is not just about the educators. It's about the parents at home, too, that's helping with the educators. Am I right about that?
Absolutely.
Y'all have anything to say about that? Because we can, real quick, because we want to make sure that the parents are involved in their kids' education.
We need you just as much as you need us.
There we go.
Mm-hmm.
We talk about community, we talk about everything else. Teachers can do but so much, but when they leave our hands, if you're not reinforcing it at home, if you're not working with our students, we're going to give 100. We need you to give 100 too. And not to say that some people are not, but it's just like we all work together. How can we work together? How can we make sure that our kid, your child, is getting the best treatment all the way across the board? And how can we work together? It's community. We talk about community schools. So it's not just a word. If you say community schools, it's not just a term. It should be actually lived out, intentional, impactful. How can you now, and if you don't have the resources or the skills, ask.
Yep. Right.
Because sometimes I think some parents feel like, I found myself even, let's not say other parents, let's talk about me. I got 2-3 kids in college. And I find myself trying to find resources to try to pay for them to go to college.
Right.
There's things that even as an educator, we don't know all the answers, but if we work together to make sure that that student is successful, we're doing it together as a community.
What can a parent ask for? Because that's the thing. Maybe they don't know what to ask. You know what I'm like? Is it? I know CEB has a food shelter, right? As a clothing, they give out clothes. What can they ask you, right? That like the parents at home, the kids go to Glasgow, go to Hudson, and go to Eastside Charter. What can they ask you for help with resources with? Because they probably don't know.
I'll jump in. So everything. We have access to housing. We have access to food. We have access to paying help with utilities and assistance. We have help with workforce development for adults.
Wow.
So we have job training that parents can get without having a college degree starting at $60,000 a year. We will train you at our STEM hub and then be able to connect you with those different partners. We also offer mental health services because we do know that for some of our families, it's not just about access to the basic needs, but also the mental needs. And so we provide that to not just families, but also the entire public. And I think the bigger piece is also looking summertime activities for young people, enrichment activities after school, and then connecting. We have a scholarship that we run. So we have an endowment of $1 million. We provide scholarship opportunities to our students after they leave us going off into high school. And so we've tried to figure out within Eastside and within our own partners of Reach Riverside, how can we try to meet the needs of our families? Because schools have to go beyond just what's been basic, what's been required, and actually look at how do we serve our entire community.
I love it. I love it. I love it.
Not really much more to add. Mine is, most of the things that Dr. Bass shared, we have minus the $1 million and the whole STEM program. We don't have all of that. But there is no question. I know you say, what can they ask? I think they need to just tell us what they need. I don't know if we can specifically say, ask this question or that question. A lot of parents are afraid of schools. They had bad experiences in schools themselves, so they don't know and they're afraid. Just come out. Just ask the question. Just say, hey, listen, I'm struggling here.
Safe space.
It's a safe space.
Safe space.
School should be that. It should be a welcoming environment. They should be able to come in and just say whatever it is that's on their mind, and we should be able to direct them in the way to be able to make them successful. So.
All right, love it, love it. Same.
From a simplistic approach, just show up.
There you go.
There you go.
Parents just show up.
I love it, guys, teachers, capeless superheroes. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. We'll continue the next conversation about equal pay. All right. It's your main man, Big I, talking to town. Make sure that you go check out websites. Glasgow High School has a website. What is it?
They just go to the Christina School District, just tap into Glasgow High School, it's all there.
Okay, Hodson Votech.
nccvotech.com. You can look up all four of our high schools.
All right.
EastSideCharterSchool.org, still enrolling for our kindergarten, first grade.
All right, DETVCH.com. See you on the other side of being freaking great. This is your main man, Big Ivan. I'll see you when I see you.
DETV has been Delaware's premium provider of creative digital and broadcasting solutions that bridges communities and connects people. We create great stories for all audiences. We deliver independent news throughout Delaware. We are digital platform innovators. And we develop marketing and sales solutions so you can stay connected to your audience. Now, why do we do what we do here on DETV? We do it because we care. So, keep watching and follow us on all of our social media platforms. Remember, DETV, online, on air, on time.
Wake up, y'all. Come on, have a great day.
In the midst of a pandemic, this soul firm was created. Something for artists to celebrate and for us to celebrate the artists and their achievements. Nataki Oliver has made a huge difference, but most of all in the world of nonprofit, the word is impact. Here to talk more about what she got going on in this amazing art festival that happens at night. Nataki Oliver is here and Khadijah from Wilmington Alliance. Ladies, did that say all right? Was that all right? Okay, I could rerun it.
Because I'm not a nonprofit. They're nonprofit.
No, I said in the words of nonprofit.
Got you. Okay,
the words of nonprofit. Impact.
Got you.
Yeah, and you've been doing that for a minute now. Let's talk about it.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah, you ready?
I'm ready. Let's go. Soul Firm.
Soul Firm. So the Soul Firm is an art gallery downtown in Wilmington. It's been in operation since 2019, and it is to amplify the voices of artists that came out of a space of a void where artists couldn't get into the bigger spaces. So I said, okay, well, I'm just gonna create my own gallery and do my own thing. So from that, I noticed that there were artists who wanted to have a marketplace. They wanted to be able to sell it, didn't want to exhibit, but they still wanted to have a place to do that. So in 2019, I started having just art markets at Deco and Constitution Yard.
Did they think you were crazy when you did that?
Kind of, sort of. Yeah, yes. Especially the Constitution Yard.
Okay.
It was, they didn't understand it. And the Deco, the people that were at Deco at the time were more receptive of, because I had more of a relationship.
Yeah.
But Constitution Yard was like, I don't get it. So COVID happened. We didn't have it for 2020.
Right.
2021, we started having conversations with Wilmington Alliance again about what that would look like, bringing it back. And so we started back having it in 2022. And it was just a day. We were just having it on a daytime on 8th Street in the Rock Lot, which is Wilmington Alliance's property. And so listening to the public, it was, well, we ain't got nothing to do at night. What can we do at night?
Yeah, because the city shut down at like 5.
See what I'm saying?
Yeah, and I just want to backtrack real quick. So you saw the void of that. First of all, there's some amazing artists here in Wilmington.
Absolutely.
And there's some artists that would never be seen before, we know what that means.
Correct,
right?
correct.
So you took it upon yourself to say, hey, I'm going to create something for these artists that don't get a chance to be at the big museums.
Correct.
And that went over, and it not went, but it's going over really, really well.
Really well.
And then you hooked up later on with the Wilmington Alliance.
Yes.
And that's where she comes into play, right? Khadijah.
Yes, hello.
But what synergy do you see there? What does the Wilmington Alliance see with the Soul Firm and all the festivals and everything that she's having? Why are you a partner?
I mean, the synergy, it really speaks for a lot of what Wilmington Alliance stands on, which is making sure that our creatives, our artists, our small business owners are supported. So it's really about equity for all. So just like Nataki said, there's a void and there's a space and there's people that are not being recognized or even being pushed to the forefront. That's normally where Wilmington Alliance comes in for support.
Yeah. And so what is it about? And wait a minute, I'll ask this question later. Okay. Let's get back to the SoCo.
Yes.
All right, it's happening like in a couple days.
It is. So we usually do 2 a year in the summertime. And I know a lot of people get confused with what SoCo is, what the acronym is.
Yeah.
It's the Soul Firm Collective of creatives.
Okay.
So I just merged those two. And so initially with just art markets, and then we talked about it, and it made sense to have them.
Art market?
So art market is not a bunch, but is a variety of creatives who come and vend whatever they are, and at the time of their business, either starting out, full on, been doing this for years, but it is a way to push them out to the public so that they can grow their business that way.
Right.
So it ranges from youth vendors, artists, beauty, wellness, everything. And then I also have a couple stations where you can freely be creative without charging anything. So I have something called a splash page. You put a whole plastic outfit on. It's nice, right?
It is.
And have blank canvases on there. You could just go busy, get busy. Come on. Yeah, I'm serious. Get your frustration out, and then you could take that home.
You have a smash room?
No, but it's a splash room.
Oh, splash.
Splash. Yes, splash.
Okay. Right. And you can just go in and just.
Yeah, I got the paint, I got the dolls. You can go in there, put your suit on, cover your shoes, your outfit, and just go to town. And then you could take your piece once it dries, take it home with you.
Get
got
out
your
of
own.
here.
Yeah.
Okay.
We got a DJ Herman Potter.
Yeah.
He comes every
Hermy.
year.
Yes.
Hermy,
Yeah,
yeah.
Hermy.
He's that guy.
Yes.
He's that guy.
Yeah.
So he's gonna be there for both dates, August 24th and September 28th.
So SoCo this Saturday, and you said you have one coming up in September?
Yes, September 28th.
Okay. For more information, where can people, is it too late for people to sign up?
Right now, we are full for vendors.
Damn.
But
Okay.
we'll see what happens. I have some vendors for September. We may be able to open the list back up.
Okay.
But for this Saturday, we're good.
You snooze, you lose.
You
on
snooze,
that.
you lose. But they can still go to the website, the www.thesouledfirm.com to just learn about it.
Or
Just come
like I said,
out.
Just come out. Do that.
Come out. It is the
Yeah.
whole. So we work with Downtown Vision.
Okay.
They block off the streets for us. We also are sponsored by a Delaware Division of the Arts.
Sweet.
Right. And so we block off 8th Street and the Rock Lot.
Yes. Yeah.
So between West and Tatnall is blocked off, and then the Rock Lot is blocked off as well.
Okay, I love
Yeah,
it. I love it.
yeah.
Damn. Okay.
Yeah, and we're trying to grow this. Like
What do you need to grow this?
We need more funding.
Okay. It's always
It's
at the
always a
top.
thing,
So-
right?
So you take donations
I take
and sponsorship.
Yes, we are.
Okay.
Yes, we are. Because we really want, the idea is, I've had block parties on Tatnall Street, and I've had the Rock Lot on 8th. I want to make it an L. We got the apartments that's kind of building on Tatnall Street. So hopefully by 2025, we can wrap that around the corner in front of the Soul Firm and have both.
Where do you see this going, Nataki?
I wanted to be in a situation where we could have like a whole park, like of just creatives, music. I know we have some festivals here, but it doesn't incorporate everything, and it needs to be at night, because I've seen it done in other cities, and it's flourishing night markets. Yeah. We also need the time of the noise thing, whatever, to be. We need a little longer, because
what time is it now?
We end at 9:30.
The noise ordinance?
Yeah.
Girl, wait a minute. What time? Wait a minute. We end at 9:30. I mean,
we gotta shut that. Yes.
Are you serious?
I'm serious. We need that lifted.
But that's and okay. So this is the perfect platform to talk about it. Why do we need that lifted?
Well, because first of all, in the summertime, the sun doesn't go down till about 8:30, 9 o'clock. So I'm calling it an art night market, right? But it's kind of like a sunset.
Yeah.
We would like it to be at least about 11 o'clock.
Yeah, it has to be, because when you're thinking about just the economy within the city, a lot of the businesses shut down at 6 o'clock.
Correct.
Right. And if you want to attract more younger people,
and everybody's leaving,
and everyone's leaving, right?
Yeah.
But if you want to, and I think just the ways of how it used to be, so a real corporate, banking capital of the world, everything shuts down. But even then, you had stores that was open at 8 o'clock and 9 o'clock. But I can see, like, if we want to generate more revenue, and a lot of revenue comes in through the city through, one, the ports, and two, art.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
And we
the
have
creatives.
we have it. And we have a bunch of creatives here that you have given a platform to that allow them to just flourish and create their careers and live off their careers.
Yes.
So, damn.
Yeah, so a lot of things, if I do it in the evening, I got to shut the doors at the gallery, kind of keep the noise down. But seriously, we do need that to be lifted, because what is the point of us having these spaces and doing these type of things when they'll leave here and go to Philly or go to New York.
And we don't want that.
No, and they'll stay there till 12, 1 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know.
So let me ask you this. You work with a bunch of different artists, and actually my office upstairs is flourished with with a lot of art from your people that you represent.
Yeah.
You're not just an art firm, but you are also a manager of artists?
Yes, I have. I've done that some years ago. I haven't done it lately.
Okay.
But what I still do, I am still a person that artists can come and we can have conversations about what they need.
Okay.
You know, people can still schedule appointments with me. Somebody just asked me today, like, Nataki, they want to talk to me about being an art dealer. What does that look like? Because I mean, you know, that essentially as on an art gallery, you're an art dealer.
You're art dealer.
Exactly. So I still am a person of contact to help artists get to the next step. Even like the young ones, you know, even with DCAD, a lot of them I still connected with because I had the art sale around there.
So you the plug.
I guess I am.
You the art plug.
I guess I am.
Yeah, hashtag art plug.
Hashtag art plug.
Hashtag art plug. And with being that art plug, and if you could, I would love for you to shout out some of the artists that you have worked for.
Yeah.
Worked with, or worked with you, because I want to give them a platform as well, right? Okay. Because there's one artist that worked with you. Her name was Erica. Elize.
Yeah.
She dope.
She's
dope.
She's real
Elize.
dope.
She's dope.
You need some of her upstairs.
Yeah, she dope. She actually reached out to me. So if you're watching this, Elize, I will be giving you a call back soon.
Oh, she did reach. She did ask me. Yes, she did.
She has something coming up in September. I want to make sure that the people see. But yeah, if you can name some of the artists that people need to watch out for.
Listen, all of them. So we're gonna start with Elize. Elize is number one. Shantae Young Williams. James White is always a good one. Seven God. Jaquan Leroy. Smash Label. Who else? Connie. Connie's amazing. Connie's really good with on-site sketching.
Okay.
Like if you have events.
Girl, I got something with Connie. Yo, so
at Shakira's event.
If I didn't tell y'all I'm having a ribbon cutting. If I didn't tell you I'm having a ribbon cutting September 4th, make sure you get here. Okay, we got 370 people RSVP.
Okay.
But I called Connie, right, because I was at Shakira's event, and I thought it was just an amazing idea for her to just sketch. And she's like 2 minutes in a sketch.
Yeah, I had her at my son's birthday party. I mean, graduation party.
How did that go?
Right. You already know.
Right. We didn't stop the whole show for Connie.
Connie.
God dang it, girl. All right, who else you got? What anybody else?
Brian Mills.
Okay.
Brian Mills. I'm trying just off the top of my head. Julie Santiago, which is at DCAD.
Okay.
She's not DCAD anymore, you know, but it's so many. Chiffon Taylor. Chiffon Taylor. Keep going. What you got?
Oh man, Chiffon Taylor. You got all the ones that I was going to say, but Brian Mills, Chiffon Taylor. Right now at the Artomat we have Jaquan. The Artomat.
Talk about it.
The Artomat. The Artomat. So I guess if we're talking about the ecosystem of creative spaces within West Center City, there's the Artomat. There's the Rock Lot where we're having, which is right around the corner from the Artomat, where we're having, where we're hosting the SoCo Art Night Markets. And then there's 7th and West Park right through the alleyway. So when you were talking about like a park or corridor, I kind of thought of that. So the Artomat did our soft opening last June, and we had our grand opening in November. So the Artomat used to be a liquor store and a laundromat. They said it was on the corner of Washington. Ivan, I cannot believe you haven't been by yet. So you definitely have to stop by the Artomat. Right on the corner of 7th and Washington. Right on the corner of 7th and Washington.
And y'all put that right in the hood.
We put it right there because you know what? I've been working in the West Center City community now over 10 years, and the community has been asking, and it's alive. It's not that it's never been there, but they're asking for more art and cultural opportunities for the residents.
So let's talk about that right there, because I think that was a great idea, right? That you're on 7th and Washington. You're in the middle of the hood, where you'd be a laundromat and a liquor store, right? But now it's a beautiful rose.
It is.
How has that beautiful rose changed the community?
It really has. I mean, you know, naturally, it's become a space of healing.
I'm excited.
Naturally, it's been a space of healing. I'm going to say it. It's been a space of Black joy. joy.
Okay.
We've had several creatives come through and do programs and create opportunities for the community itself. I'll just name a few. So we've had Bussa Wine. So we've had Chris from Bussa Wine. So we did, her program was about, I want to say about 12 weeks, 8 to 12 weeks.
Okay.
Great opportunity for women and men to come out and really just wine,
Bussa
dance, and Bussa Wine. So we've had our artist in residence program.
Okay.
So far, we've had 3 artists featured. Charles Edward Williams, who was an artist from North Carolina that came and debuted. We work with Delaware Art. And we had Jaquan Leroy, and then we had Chiffon Taylor. So, I mean, we've been rolling out the artists in residence, and we're actually now in partnership with the Delaware Contemporaries. So we have some great things coming for our artists, for our creatives. Again, business owners like Jason Aviles, he brought in the men's urban yoga. He launched his men's urban yoga program right at the Artomat, which has been a successful, I mean, I can't wait to hear the stories that these men tell about the transformations, and that's been a wonderful opportunity. Healing Through the Arts with Vanessa Mariposa. I don't want to leave anyone out because we've done so much poetry class with Christian Wills. We have open mic nights at the Rock Lot. We got a lot going on. We have Amina Nuru, who has her self-care for sisters. So we have an array of opportunities and programs that we have been just filtering into the community. Of course, it's all coming from community voice.
I love it.
We've not, I hate the word survey, but we've had some real conversations, I'll say, with the community members, and they've been excited, and they've been excited to have something like that right in arm's reach.
I love it.
So, yeah.
All right, you know what we need next?
I got 2 more artists I have to say.
Go ahead.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Who are going to be at SoCo.
Okay.
Sakana Walls.
Yes.
Sakana Walls is the artist who was incarcerated that I had an exhibit.
So now
he's home.
Get out.
Yeah, so he's going to be a vendor, and also a young lady who came to the gallery when the DCAT students were there selling. Her name is Deanna Illustrations. She's an illustration student and incredible. Both going to be at SoCo.
Okay. All right. SoCo, again, where's your camera? That's your camera.
That's my camera.
All right. You got 30 seconds. Ready?
All right.
3, 2, 1.
This Saturday, August 24th, we need to see you at SoCo, the only art night market in Wilmington, Delaware. Is live, popping, art, music, food. Come shop, come support. See you there. Rock Lot 305 West 8th Street. See you there.
Love it. All right, you up next. You ready?
Okay,
All
so
right.
I'm here to support SoCo.
I know we're going to give Wilmington Alliance a plug. Because I love Wilmington Alliance.
Okay.
All right. Let me get a camera on her. Woo! There you go. 3, 2, 1.
So Wilmington Alliance is a proud sponsor, a proud supporter of the SoCo Art Night Markets. Please come out. Please come out. Enjoy our creatives. Enjoy some wonderful, wonderful food, music, you name it. I mean, the Rock Lot is the place to be. August 24th from 6 to 9:30. SoCo.
SoCo. I'm going to need me a jacket. SoCo signature drink. Hey, Glow. Let's get that. SoCo signature drink. Tipsy Turtle. Okay, you gotta throw that in there.
We need that.
Right. Ladies, thank you so much for stopping by the plaza. Really appreciate it. And we're gonna work on this art show.
Yes. Let's go.
Because we have a DETV Art network, and we're putting different.
Very nice.
Tell me about this.
No.
The art. You didn't tell the art.
Don't. Let me tell you something. I might not have told you about it, but I also included you.
Okay.
I just didn't tell you about it.
Okay.
Okay. Because why wouldn't I, partner up with you? You're doing the art.
Yes.
And we got the cameras.
And
the
then
platform and the people. You see, we got the on the art channel. We have the culture. What's the name of the show, Dennis? Culture School.
Okay.
And you didn't see that?
No.
And it's about artists. Right, but I'll make sure the whole art show going underneath that. Delaware Arts Division of Arts, we're coming for you, baby.
Okay, right, for sure.
All right, it's your main man, Big Eye. Thanks for following. Make sure you like, subscribe, follow, and share. All right, and follow Wilmington Alliance. Is doing great things in the community. And also, this lady right here next to me, man, she's just a superhero without a cape. SoCo coming up, Soul Firm doing crazy things. You got a website?
www.thesoulfirm.com.
www.thesoulfirm.com. And WilmingtonAlliance.org, is it?
Yes, we are WilmingtonAlliance.org.
I love it.
Yes.
See how this pop in my head? I'm just like, boom. All right, it's your main man, Big Eye. We'll see you on the other side. I hope you enjoyed this episode. Be ready. If you haven't got the invite, The invite will be in the description. It's for the DETV ribbon cutting. We're going to set it off. We have over 400 people signed up, ready to rock and roll, and to learn what DETV is doing in our community, because we will, and I'm talking about not DETV, but we as a collective, entire Wilmington, from artists to janitors, will change this Wilmington and change Delaware. All right, love you, and love you, and love you.
Hi everyone, I'm Jen Tompkins, and I am so delighted to have you all join us tonight for an amazing conversation that we are having with some women leaders. And so I have an esteemed panel or esteemed guests that are here with us tonight. And so Val, we'll kick it off with you. Can you introduce yourself?
I'm Valerie Longhurst. I'm the Speaker of the House, the first female Speaker of the House in the history of Delaware in the House of Representatives. I got involved because of a personal issue with my daughter. My daughter had alopecia where she lost all of her hair. And as a mother, if you have children, you know that they mean everything to you. And you want to maintain your children's self-esteem and make sure that their future is bright. When my daughter was in 2nd grade, she lost all of her hair, her eyebrows, and everything. So as a mother, I became her advocate. I didn't know what advocacy was until I knew what she was going to have to go through, and I had to be the stronger person to get her through that. So I tried to raise awareness. I went into the schools, and one day I called my state representative, who was a male Republican in my district, and I wanted to do a 5K to raise awareness, and he ignored my phone call. He ignored my phone call. You don't ignore a woman, especially a woman with a child, right? And that was the biggest mistake he ever made. Yeah. So I was like, well, what does this state representative do? I had no idea what a state rep was, wasn't involved in politics at all. And I was like, so they do what? They go do policy, they help people? I'm like, well, I can help people, because if I had an issue with my daughter, is he listening to other people? And I wanted to be that voice. So I was like, well, I could do that.
Yeah.
Actually had no idea what I was getting myself into. I still don't. But so I decided, I'm like, well, what does that person do? And I met a few people, and actually John Carney was the lieutenant governor at the time. Okay. And he came to my house, and my kids were running all over the place, and I'm like, oh my God, I have a lieutenant governor in my house, and talking to me about the good and bad, ugly, about running for office. And when he got done with me, I realized that I needed to do something bigger for myself and for my daughter. And I needed to rise up to the occasion, because I knew he wasn't listening to other people, he wasn't listening to other people. So I decided to run for office. And I lost the first time around. It was very shocking, because anybody in this room like to win or like to lose? No. Yeah.
We're all winners here for sure. We're all winners.
I do not like to lose. So I ran again the second time. And the second time when I ran, I only won by 26 votes.
Wow.
So your vote does count, your voice counts. And when I got into office, I could tell you, when I got on the House floor and I sat there and they called my name, I'm like, what do I do now? Really had no idea what I was doing. But 20 years later, I became the majority whip, the majority leader, and then the Speaker of the House. My daughter is now 30 years old. She's a thriving, beautiful young woman who is stronger than I could ever be. So I think I did a pretty darn good job.
Yes, you did. Yes, you did. Let's give it up.
Marla.
So, I don't even know where to begin. That was so beautiful.
Yeah.
And I
identify with the advocacy piece of it. And as autoimmune disorder survivor myself, and I see a sister vitiligo survivor out in the audience, you know, it takes strong advocates for individuals that do not have access to people in positions of power. So I thank you for all of us to be down there being the badass that you are. So I too am in politics, but not in front, but behind the scenes. My name is Moira Blunt Carter. The blunt is what stands out. I grew up in a very political family. My dad first ran for office in 1982 and lost. And that gave him the drive and the desire to run again, ultimately serving on city council for 24 years here in the great city of Wilmington. So I grew up seeing politics and understanding how important it was to our everyday lives. And I don't mean the president, I don't mean the U.S. Senate, I mean city council, I mean state reps, I mean Dover. And so I saw my dad navigating all of these spaces and doing it with a social work perspective. My dad had an MSW in social work, but he was an educator as well. So he worked in the school district for 30 years. But it was the social work piece that really gave him his moral compass. And that's what he instilled in us. And so, you know, I wanted to see other people like my dad in all this. And for the last 25 years, I've been helping people run for office, including our current U.S. Congresswoman and my big sister, Lisa Block-Radford. And you made history when you were elected into that top spot. Lisa made history in 2016 when she was elected as the first woman and the first person of color in the U.S. House of Representatives. And hopefully she will make history again when Kamala Harris makes history.
Gotta talk about it.
Unbelievable thing. But I think for me, people have seen me as a leader here because I've just been an advocate for different individuals, organizations, and policies that really impact the most vulnerable people. My day job is as an associate professor of social work at Rutgers University. So my desire is to train up as many social workers as I can to be involved in the electoral process, to understand the importance of civic engagement, to create as many Ted Blunts as I can.
That's right. That's right.
That's what I'm gonna do.
That's right.
And you know, I pride myself on just being very blunt.
I like that.
I like that. And people appreciate that honesty because they know it comes from a place of So I am an educator. I'm a social worker. I'm a political consultant. I am currently consulting on the Harris-Walz campaign.
That's right. That's right. Congratulations.
And I've moved in the last 5 or 10 years from an advisor to a consultant. Advisors don't get paid.
That part.
Now my advice costs money.
Come on now.
And so I think it's important that we know our work.
That's right. That's right.
And so that's where I am right now.
All right. Thank you. Thank you. And then last but not least,
well, how am I going to follow these two, right? That's going to be tough.
Well, I'm Yvonne Deadweiler. I'm actually the current president and CEO of the Newcastle County Chamber of Commerce. Yes. And I am the first, along with my good friend Val, the first female president in 102 years. So that's an exciting thing, and I didn't know what I was getting myself into either. So it was an interesting experience, and I have to thank, of course, my wonderful husband and my children that pushed me to go into leadership, because I really went back to work. And I've been in education, I've been in banking, I've been in various industries. But it was interesting when I joined the chamber, it was more so to to just get back into the workforce. I was a stay-at-home mom for a few years, and it was just for me, the main goal of the reason why I do what I do is to make an impact. And that's always been my vision. That's always been a part of my core values, is how can I make an impact? And in this capacity, it's more how can I make an impact, not only in the nonprofit community, but in the business community, in the entrepreneurial community, in the government community. So in different aspects of how can I make a difference? And I think that was part of the reason, because I was so passionate about the work that I was doing, that in 5 years I went from, director of member relations to president of the Newcastle County Chamber. And it's been a great journey. I have an amazing team that has supported me through the process. And I think that's important when you're in leadership, to have an awesome team, a fantastic team, and a fun team.
And a fun team.
There are a lot. You got a lot going on. Work. Yeah, but I have two of my team members here, so it's been a great experience, and nothing but short. But I'm happy to do this work.
All right, awesome. Let's give it up. So I will just tell you, I'm really, really excited to just have this conversation, just because of, one, the most recent, or I would say the largest announcement of the summer, right, that has come out, and that is Kamala Harris running for president, right? And so President Joe Biden did formally endorse her, and she is now the Democratic nominee. But all the yes. But even with all of that, even with her overqualifications, right? You still see misogyny rear its ugly head. And so we see it in so many different ways. And so one way in which I've seen it the last couple of weeks, people keep on, they question her work. They question, what has she done, right? And I think about my day-to-day life. No one on the internet is coming to my job and asking, what have you done today? But yet this woman who is sitting in this very high seat, who's overqualified, is being asked that, right? And so one of the things that I think is that a lot of these things that we see, even with the Kamala Harris, is in our everyday lives, especially as women who do lead. And so if let's talk about it. Let's talk about some of those challenges, some of the challenges that you all have faced with leading, right? I heard a lot of firsts up here. And so it's great to be a pioneer, but it's hard. We all know that, right? And so let's just chat about some of these challenges that have come up in your leadership journey. Yeah, whoever, this is a conversation.
Well, I think a lot of it is just more, you have to embrace where you are. You have to embrace where your journey, whether you do get your critics that will come and say, okay, well, is she qualified to do the job, right? Being in a male-dominated world, as you know, it is a little more difficult and challenging, and you do always have to be at your best. Unfortunately, it's just one of those things that we can't afford not to be at our best. And so that's always been a challenge, is making sure you're always on, but in an authentic way. Because there's always going to be the naysayers. There's always going to be someone but you have to learn. I think we were talking about this upstairs. How do you zone that out, right? Because you're really there, do the job, and you have a mission and kind of the vision of where you want to go.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with that. Now, I don't think you zone it out. I think you let that be your fuel.
Yeah.
And so I don't let the negative perception and the pressure and the expectation be seen as a bad thing. To me, it's a motivation. I'm always going to give my best anyway. So it is not even a distraction anymore. It's almost like an expectation, right? We're like, well, we know we're going to have to do twice as much to get in order for that. So I don't even carry that with me anymore. I just go into the room, do my best, and let that speak for itself. And eventually, the racism, the sexism sort of melts away. You know what I mean? Because the work it speaks for itself, right? And so, and I don't let other people's their bias in any way get in the way of me even doing the work. I don't get upset by it. I mean, society is created on it. You know what I mean? And so I spend my life trying to dismantle these systems. So I'm not surprised when I'm faced with it. You know what I mean? It's there. We just deal with it, unpack it. I don't accept it, but at the same time, I don't let it dictate how I'm going to operate. Right.
Yeah. And what you said about unpacking is really, really, really huge, right? And so in making sure that you contextualize exactly where this is coming from. So what are some of the things that you all do on a regular basis, right? That helps you to unpack those things? Because we say this, right? But when you go into the fire, sometimes, real time, there is very difficult. So what are some of the things that you all do to really unpack that, right? Whether it's relationships or what have you.
Something as simple as, help me to understand what you meant by that. That ain't mine. Explain that right back. Then they're like, oh Lord, what did I say? Yes. Yeah. I'm not even going to help you with this. You made that mess. So help me to understand.
Yeah.
That was, and then, oh, well, I didn't, no, but I need to understand so that we can move forward in this project, right? Yeah, I have them give context for what they just said.
Yeah, see, for what they just do. You put it back on them. You're like, I'm not even owning that, right? I'm not put back on that.
And not even angry. Right, because we got to work together.
That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's right. I mean, and that's absolutely true, right? I don't understand where you're coming from, right? Can you explain it to me a little bit more, right? Can you give me some context around that? Absolutely. Anyone else right now?
I actually, I see it as static around me. And because of social media and everything like that, and I'm in the political eye all the time, and people love to hate me, hate to love me. I'm not really sure.
They can't please everyone.
They're gonna, as soon as a woman walks into the room in leadership, they eye you up and down. Hey, did she wear that dress before? Are those shoes the same? But they never ask a man, oh, that tie you wore yesterday.
Yep.
So, when I have to walk up on the dais, everybody's looking at me and they're sizing me up. And if I'm not smiling, it's a whole different day because they're like, Val's mad. But when a guy walks into the room and he's not smiling, it's just kind of like, oh, well, whatever.
Yeah.
But what I start my day with, I am very much into getting up early in the morning, working out. I get myself involved. I get up at 6 a.m. in the morning and I have a routine. I see Ricky at the gym. He used to be at the Y. He didn't go as often as me. I'd be like, where you been a month ago? Like, where you been? I've done 21 triathlons. I put my energy. So that's biking, swimming, and running. And what I realize is, like, when I'm on that mode and I'm on that train of, like, I'm on the treadmill or I'm riding my bike or I'm walking, I'm putting the day in perspective, being prepared to what's going to happen to me throughout the day, who's going to come at me, how I'm going to handle it. I really spend an hour to an hour and a half a day just, like, listening to my music, my favorite music, and just, like, figuring out how am I going to get through my day, how am I not going to let anybody bother me, how I'm going to let the static go, categorize what I need to do, and stay focused on me and what I need to do and who I need to be, who I need to help, and how to be kind throughout that day. And so when you unpack it, I pack it through physical fitness and just put my mind in right space when you walk into a room that you know is a table full of men, right? And what you're going to be judged on. I walk through my day before I get to my day. And so when something hits me, I am ready for it. And then I just try to move on from there. It is challenging. We know it. You know it. I mean, you're dealing with the same group of, yes, the audience is the same. And to get where we are is just, it's a tough thing. And all of you know that. You're judged every day, but you have to put in perspective, and it's right. Static, yeah. Or static. Yeah, that's right. I'm going to say static. Yeah,
static.
But we are
static.
That one girlfriend that we call, that we can unload on. And that's the girl that you call when you need to, like, unload. Incompetence. We got to trust her.
And it's really great that you brought up about girlfriends, right? And so I think, obviously being women leaders, you have to have, I'm a girl's girl. Jen is a girl's girl. Like I'm in a sorority. I have really great, girlfriends who are just phenomenal, and I ride with them, right?
Yep.
Even if it's like, oh, they were a little wrong on that, I'm not gonna tell you that. That's my girl, right? And so I'm a girl's girl. And so for me and my leadership, right, I've always leaned on women, right? And whether it's women who have been in my role before, women who operate as mentors, right? But I also understand, although I'm a girl's girl, not everyone who is a woman is a girl's girl. And I think all of us in here have possibly faced, right, some opposition from other female leaders. And it kind of comes at a surprise, right? Oftentimes. And so, yes, right. And so obviously, let's talk about that, right? Because I think that's sometimes the elephant in the room. We do talk about obviously empowering one another. But the other part is what happens with the empowerment when it's someone who looks like you, who is just not, who's also against you. And so I hear some laughs here. So I think there's some amens, and I'm going to take a sip on that one. Okay. Yeah.
I think we need another show for this one.
Right, we did hey,
another show there. Sequel number 2.
So listen, I hear you, but
I just want to add to that because I think, and it kind of stems from what we were just talking about, is your support system. I have two amazing sisters that are actually here today. Shout out to my sisters over there. But they, having that support system to one, unload, but also when you face challenges of interacting with women that may not necessarily see eye to eye or agree with you, or maybe just a little something against you, having that where you can unload that.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Because, I think we all need it, right? We all need to share stories and really, be able to kind of, express your real feelings, because I think women sometimes, we share too much sometimes, but in my opinion, I don't know if it's too much. I think if that's what you're feeling, that's what you're feeling.
Vulnerability. Vulnerability.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. So my sisters have heard me, talk about that. So they, they don't need to tell the stories, but yeah, they.
Yeah. Sisters, I have 2 sisters.
Yeah. You do. Who are they?
Oh, whatever. I mean, we are tight. Okay. So much so that I didn't pledge a sorority because I had sisters at home. Okay.
Right.
But I think for me, when you said that, it made me think of something that State Senator Sarah McBride, who's running for U.S. Congress and hopefully will make history herself, she shared with me a quote. I was speaking of another individual that wasn't supportive of her at one point, but now is. And I said to her, how do you open up yourself to accept that? Like and she said, I will extend grace as long as they continue to demonstrate growth.
Yeah.
And I thought that was, I've thought about that in so many different scenarios with different people that I deal with. And so when I come into a relationship and then someone does not necessarily meet, the bar where I had placed it, maybe I placed it too high. Maybe my expectations were too great. Maybe they are living, a difficult time. And so, as I've gotten older, I've learned to extend grace and hope that the relationship will go somewhere else. If it doesn't, that's okay, because then they did not demonstrate growth, fine. But I think it's, once again, that's on them. That ain't on me.
Yeah.
And I don't want to lose a connection with a sister because I do value sisterhood.
Yeah.
So I will extend grace for a long time. There are a lot of people that shouldn't have gotten as much grace as they've gotten in my life.
Come on now.
But it's been worth it, I think.
Yeah.
Because those relationships end up, feeding me.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. And they wind up growing you,
yes.
Right? I mean, they wind up growing you. And I will say, in every experience that I've had with that, whether it was, a sense of betrayal or anything, it teaches you, one, about yourself, right? But then also it builds you up a little bit more. So certainly with that. And so I heard all of you talk about relationships, right? And so, being a woman that leads, transparency point, I am a single woman who is, hoping one day to have the husband and the children and, the family. And so hoping for that one day, but also understanding, when in my leadership and sometimes time isn't there, right? And so how do you, let's talk about it, right? How do we balance all of that? how do you balance being a superwoman, right? And then, okay, well, let's talk about it. You don't.
You gotta get rid of the superwoman.
Okay. But
I'm like, we talk about you have to be superwoman. No, you don't. You have to be who you are to your family. When I first got into this, I was married and I had two children. I had two young children, and I was balancing a lot, you know. And it's like we use that word superwoman.
Yeah.
Not man.
Yeah.
We use that superwoman that we're trying to like do all this stuff, right? And we're trying to be perfect at everything. And you sometimes have to take a step back and just say, well, first of all, children are number one. Like my children come first. Like they just come first, right? And we always come second. But you got to find who you are, and you have to find balance in your life, and you have to be happy at what you do. If you are not happy in what you do, you're going to make everybody else around you not happy.
Come on, that right?
It is. I like that.
That's a happiness. Like, seriously. Yeah.
So you got to figure out like what makes you happy to have that power and to be that superhero. And you know, I went through a divorce and that was challenging, and I had to figure out where I get my strength from, because you have to like dig deep. And yes, you could be superwoman, and that was the word to say all this time. But like, just have to figure out who you are, what direction you want to go, and be happy where you are. And to me, it falls into place after that. You just got to love what you do. If you love what you do, it makes it so much easier. If you're miserable, get out. You know, get out of it. Get out of it. And it's hard to do that, but that's what you need your girlfriend for, to tell you the truth, right? That's the girlfriend. You go back to the girl side, and you're like, what am I doing wrong here? But, you know, I went through a divorce, and what I did learn is that I have to lean into my vulnerability. Sometimes we hide from that, and I think your superpower, I call it superpower instead of superwoman, is your vulnerability. And it's okay to have those feelings. It's okay. You know, when I did my first speech as Speaker of the House, and I read my speech, you know, I wrote my speech, you know, I did tear up because I grew up in a family with an alcoholic mom and an absent father. She attempted suicide twice. We moved from place to place, but like, I leaned into that because that's who I am. And I'm okay with that because it made me who I am. But like, I'm happy where I am, but I'm also able to show my vulnerability and be okay with it. And sometimes we put that mask and we try to hide behind it. When you hide behind it, that's when you're going to get in trouble.
Like that, where does that come from now? Because we often do that, right? We often, the mask, where does it come from? Like, let's talk about it, right? I mean, I think that's the deeper thing. And we see a lot of women leaders who, you know, maybe even come into a new organization or start something, and they have to, you know, feel like they have to be this tough, this you know, very hard leader. But then they lose staff, and, you know, all these other things are happening, and, you know, really a space of vulnerability would have gone a long way. But where does the mask come from? I mean, I've
thought about this so many years. I'm old. Is that
no, you're not. No, you're not a mess. No, you're not.
I turned 60 in December of last year. What I find is that throughout my career and always being in management and working in management is that we women were taught, because it was a man's world, to compete against one another. And when we compete against one another, we're climbing over each other to get to that next level, and we're not realizing that we're our power together instead of climbing up. I think we're shown that, like I think I was shown that through my business career, is that you had to step over people because you had to have that seat at the table over that man. Or, you know, and it's just like, so you did that, and we programmed ourselves to be that way instead of realizing that the more women you have around you, the more powerful you become, and you need to help everybody get to that table. I've learned that over the years, that you bring women along, you don't push women back.
Right.
Oh, I'm just,
I don't know if anyone has anything else to add to that conversation, because I think, you know, that's huge, right? And I think particularly for younger women leaders, because oftentimes, you know, I think many of us who are probably sitting on this couch and even in the audience who are women leaders, right? You are exceptional at something, right? And so you spend your whole life being exceptional. And so sometimes being exceptional doesn't allow for that vulnerability, right? It even goes back to the way we have our grading system in school. Did you get an A? Did you get an A? Did you get an A, right? So what if the child got a C, right? You know, so what? It doesn't really matter, right? But it literally starts from there, and then you continue to build that up. And so by the time you have a woman who's leading, right, you have all of that's on her shoulders, right? And especially, I will say, for women who are pioneers, it's really like, this is all on my shoulder, right? And so that vulnerability certainly is key, right, to continue moving on. But I don't know.
And it's our country. It's not just the way that we are socialized. It's a meritocracy. Everything is about, it's you being better than the next person. And even when we raise our children, in the carpool lane, they're like, so where's your kid going to school?
Yeah.
And such and such got a touchdown. And, it's just this competitive nature that really is not, it's not healthy. Wow. And so, I mean, being conscious of that is what kind of safeguards you and then allows you to be vulnerable. We're not conscious of it because everything in our society is telling you to compete against each other, survival of the fittest. You gotta beat down the rest of them. And then all of a sudden you realize you're the only one up there. You done beat down everybody. None of them are coming to help you because you done beat them down. Right? And you all alone by yourself in a room full of men. Yeah. Oh, well, now, you know what I mean? No. So it's like you have to realize I'm only competing with myself. I'm going to do my best. I cannot, once again, feed into that. You know what I mean? That to me is the real enemy, But I'm all about breaking down systems, so that's just how I roll.
Yeah, I hear you. You have anything to add?
I mean, I think a lot of it is just, in my opinion, too, is, having that opportunity of embracing women of regardless of age, right? And giving them a platform. I believe in giving women that may not necessarily have the opportunity to have a platform. Mm-hmm. And how can we raise them up? And that's the biggest thing that's my role. That's one of the things that I see how we can help in women in leadership is how can we embrace women where they are, give them the platform, and let people know who they are and what the impact that they're making in our community, in our business community, regardless of even if you have differences, but encourage each other, because if not, we're only going to continue to break each other down. And that's just, not healthy.
Yeah.
Not healthy.
Yeah. I'm making a point when I do something and I have women around me and I have the opportunity to speak in front of, a group of people, is to make sure that I lift somebody else up next to me and make sure that I give women accolades that deserve it. And you can't be afraid to give somebody accolades because you feel like that they will be elevated over you. Yeah. And I've learned as the speaker is when we do bill signs like that, recognizing people, Margaret Rose Henry, and making sure that people know it wasn't just you. You can't sit up there and say, it's me, 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 me. You bring the people around you and you let them have a part of that victory and give them the credit that they deserve. It's not just about you. It's about the other people around the room. And what we have to do is lift other women up with us. And I try to do that when I'm in a room full of women. I always acknowledge the people that are around me. Margaret Rose, you know that. Yeah. So I always point her out.
Well, just like your sister said, when Lisa goes to Washington,
we all go to Washington. And I believe that. And I think that's an authentic. And Lisa does it all the time when she's out. Whenever I'm out somewhere, she recognizes the people that are in the room. She's so good at that, lifting women up.
Especially her baby.
Yes. I know that's why. You don't need lifting up. You're already lifted up. But I do give a shout out.
Yeah.
As you should.
And I think, a large part of this is creating the space, right? I mean, and I think all of us have the opportunity to create space where women feel safe, right? Where there's an open space for women to feel empowered, right? And I think it's incumbent, particularly all of us women leaders, to do that, right? And just not for those who may be younger in age, but even for those, who may be seasoned professionals as well, to have that safe space. And so a lot of, hearing a lot about healthy, I keep on hearing that buzzword, healthy, which I love to talk about as well. And so, just not obviously physical health, but also mental health. And I never forget, I was driving home one day. I used to commute back from to Delaware to Philadelphia, and I was driving on 476, and I was tired. I was extremely tired. It was a long day. I was tired, and I wound up talking to a sister cousin, in the car, and I was just expressing how stressed I was, right? And so she said, let me tell you something, Jen, until you really get some rest and take care of yourself, you're not going to be able to look at this different. And she was absolutely right. And so I started prioritizing rest, right? And so I'm just curious, what do you all do for self-care? What do you do? What do you do? Okay. You don't know to eat. Listen. Right. No, what do you do for self-care? Yeah.
Well, I'll be out right. Yes. Like, oh, well, I don't want to bring everybody down. So you, yeah. Oh, I mean, I think for me, I do like to take care of my spiritual health, as well as my physical health. I think I'm like Val, like, let me just go for a run just to clear my head. But I do believe in making sure that even my team is healthy as well. So that's one thing that I've instilled is, hey, take a mental health day.
Yeah.
It's okay. And, do it. If it's once a month that you have to do it, take that time. And they have been taking advantage of it, which is good. Right?
Yeah.
But, I love it. And I embrace it because I'll say, I'm taking my mental health day today. I'm like, great, good for you, because that's so important. It's important for me.
It's over your team.
Yeah.
Like that.
Yeah. I cannot make them take mental health days. I don't know why.
Yeah.
So let me help you help them.
Please.
There you go.
I said this on one too.
Well, I want to tell 2 experiences in my life that will send a signal to you that it is important that you take care of yourself. In 2008, I was running the Obama campaign here in Delaware. I was the state director for the Obama campaign. I was doing 17-hour days.
Yeah.
I mean, I was working 7 days a week to get that black man elected to the White House.
Yeah.
And I did, but at a cost.
At a cost, yeah.
I had vitiligo at that time. I had a couple of spots on my body. At the end of that race, I had completely depigmented. The stress hormones in my body triggered that autoimmune disorder to the point where I was no longer brown.
Yeah.
Listen to your body. When it says stop, stop.
Yeah.
Last month, 5 years ago last month, I had a stroke. Now that was after helping state and local elected officials get elected, running, teaching 7 classes, raising 2 children. I had a stroke.
Yeah.
But I felt it coming on. I listened to my body. I went to the mirror, said, something is not right. And something said, Marla, lift up your arms. I lifted up my arms, and my left arm started to just drop. I said, I think I'm having a stroke. Had I not gotten to the hospital, I'd still be paralyzed on my left side. My whole left side was paralyzed. I had to learn how to walk again, write again. 6 months after having the stroke, I was chosen to be an elector for the state of Delaware for Joe Biden. I signed my name 9 times to certify the election in Delaware for that man to be the president of the United States. But it was the stress that led to all of those health issues. So when we don't prioritize ourselves and our bodies and our health, it will stop. It will break down. Listen to your body. It'll tell you.
Yeah.
It will tell you. I'm speaking to them.
It really is.
Yeah.
Well, that's low. Got 42. That's very real. It's just very real. Did we talk about it? Did you want to add something to that conversation? No, but you're absolutely right. And it's, again, I made the move to even that small thing of cutting a 40-minute each way commute. My line sister, my sorority sister, is back there, and she been commenting, Jen, your skin looks much better. And she would say, girl, you slimming down. So I said, yes, I am. But again, just taking out that kind of stress, right? And I think we need to really look at self-care. I think for so long, we have thought the harder we work, it's associated with our value.
That's right. Correct. And self-care is not going on a vacation. It's stopping and just relaxing for a day at home. It's like
every day you should do at least 1 hour of self-care. intentional, right? So whether it's reading a book, whether it's working out, right? Whether it is, doing whatever, right? That is true. Actually, I like Instagram a lot. So sometimes I'll scroll into reels and things like that. I think I'm like a Spike Lee with the reels. But you have to be very, very intentional about it, right? And I think also not only just for yourself, but one of the things that I recognize even with me and my transition, being able to make sure that I implement self-care, I was also a better leader because I was going into my office happy. I was stressed, right? I was angry. You're stressed. You're angry. I don't want to be here, right? And so I showed up better, right? It was made real, right? I showed up better for my team, right? I showed up better to the community. Right, I wasn't tired. So your self-care, there's other people, other people are depending on you to do tasks. Other people are depending on you too to do some self-care. So you can do, whatever your job is, you can do it much better and be more impactful for those that are around you. There you go. So yeah. And so when we talk about creating those spaces for leaders, right? If you're working 17-hour days, there's a whole other group of leaders who are seeing that and thinking that they got to work 17-hour days, right? So you're absolutely right. So yeah. So I'm also curious, everyone up here, you're multifaceted, you're multi-talented. What's a passion project that you all have been working on lately? Some passion, I want to know what's going on, some passion project.
I am working on documenting Lisa's run for the U.S. Senate. And I actually working with 2 documentarian teams. We'll see who gets it done first. But yeah, I said to her from the very beginning that the way that she runs, that story needs to be told.
Yeah.
And that there needs to be a blueprint.
Yes, sir.
We don't know how to get to that level.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because the way that they teach people how to run for office is patterned after a white man. And, we don't have those resources or that Rolodex. We don't know the best practices.
Yeah.
And the best practices also don't take into account the intersectionality of a Black woman.
Mm-hmm.
So that's my passion project right now.
Nice. I can't wait. Okay. Love it.
Oh, I'll just go with policy. Because I am in the General Assembly, mental health has always been something that was big for me. We're considered part-time as legislators, which is actually a full-time job. But so I have another day job, which is I'm the executive director for the PAL of Delaware, which is an after-school program. Not the one here in Wilmington. It's chartered in Garfield and Delaware City and Hockessin and also in Colonial School District. And what I found is that I'm very passionate about children because of my children and the stuff that I went through. And I know the kids that come into my facility have a lot of trauma in their lives. And you can't teach a child to read and care about what the capital of Delaware is if they're going home at night and their lights aren't on. They're seeing their mom, on opioids and their alcoholic mom, or, they don't know what they're going to go home to. They don't know whether they're going to have food on the table. And, that child goes into the classroom and is expected to learn. And we can't change the education system unless we deal with 2 things: educating our students and their mental health. And what I learned with the children that I see every day is that trauma is there. And we've ignored it for so much in our state. So pre-COVID, I had put out a bill which has a heavy price tag to put more mental health social workers, school counselors, and psychologists into our schools. At that point, there was no ratio. It was like 1 to 1,000 per kid. And as I went up and down the state, I asked the counselor or the social worker, what do you do? And there may be one person for 1,000. They're like, what child do I pick? Who do I pick first, right? And knowing the trauma that these kids had, it had a big price tag to it. And at the time, we didn't have the money in the state. So I broke it up. Instead of having it in all schools, I did it in elementary because I believe you go upstream. Instead of starting with high school and getting into high schools, I'm like, let's start with the little kids, because they don't know and they don't know how to deal with anxiety, depression, and what they're seeing. They think it's a normal part of life, just like I did. So I got it in the elementary schools. I got it in the middle schools last year. And then this year, I finally got the governor to sign it last week into all the high schools. So, and I still need to do more. I still need to do more about mental health. So when I get back, we've done a lot in that space, and Delaware has gone from the bottom to the top. I'm putting an MSW program at the University of Delaware and do a loan forgiveness program. And we also have a loan forgiveness program for Del State University for their social workers. We have to build that pipeline so we can get them in the school and we can like fuel it. So I'm still working on getting more and more because it's important. It's important to all of us too. We all have our struggles in life, but I think if we start there, so my passion is to continue fighting for mental health in our schools and in the state of Delaware.
It's amazing. Yeah. And let me just say this. Del State was the only school that had an MSW program. MSW is the credential. That's what you need. A lot of people are running around here saying they're doing social work, but they are not trained in those theories and practices. They're not doing interventions that have been proven to be successful. They're not trauma informed in their work. And to have an MSW program at University of Delaware to create that pipeline, that is huge.
But the loan forgiveness to get people.
That's the best part because
diversity in that field too.
And the reason why that's important is because they come into that field making very little money.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Social workers do not get paid for the work that they do. And for that loan forgiveness. So I'm sorry, we turned this into something totally different.
But that's my passion.
But the President's Safer Communities Act, that those dollars come to you because there's in that Safer Communities Act, there were monies that were set aside for mental health services in schools. And so I'm curious if when they came to the state, if okay.
Do only be reality like
yes.
Well, I feel that when that money came in, you know, I talked to a lot of people in the state because I think we need to build an infrastructure. It's one thing when we get money, we just start tossing it out here and there. That doesn't fix the problem. If we can build the infrastructure of mental health, and I had a plan, but like I wasn't listened to. So I'm chipping away at my infrastructure that I believe in my head needs to happen. I think it did go to some use, and I think it did small projects and things like that. But I think that we needed to have a bigger discussion around it to figure out how we fix it in the state of Delaware, because we do know mental health causes homelessness, opioids, incarceration, like domestic violence. We know that that's what it is. And until we get a hold of that and we get the mindset of that, I am so passionate about taking and like figuring out what that infrastructure is.
Yeah.
And I will do it.
Oh, that's right. That's right. Let me leave. I love it.
I know. You love it. I love it too. I'm serious. I'm going to get you an army. I'm going to be like, here they are.
Well, that's the reason why we love to share passion projects, right? We never know the resources that could be in the room. So you're not.
Well, you know, I'm excited because in November, we have our biggest conference that we have throughout the chamber. It's our Women's Leadership Conference. And it's huge. We get over 500 women. Yes. At the Chase Center, and my director of events is here. She's probably like, yes, say it. But it's in November. It's the Thursday right before Thanksgiving, and we've already just lined up our keynote panel. I'm so excited. So more to come on that, but we have our information ready. But that's a project that I'm really excited about because, again, as I mentioned earlier, it's giving women the platform that we normally don't hear from. Right. We hear from some of the same women, which is great. We need that, right? That's fuel for us. But we also need the women that are also doing the work, right, in the community. Yep. And so there's some powerful women out there that we don't know about. We don't. Right. And it's how do we give them that platform? So I'm so excited. It's going to be a lot of fun. We have a DJ, hopefully. So we're really trying to make it a great event. And last year we had our biggest event to date for women's leadership. We had 550, I think, women that came and supported throughout the region. So this year we're hoping about the same. So I'm excited, and we have awards that we give out to leadership. And so it's a fun event. So that's a project that I'm very passionate about.
And I'll plug it because I go to it, and they have tables, and all the women's have tables, and you go talk to them. And it's just a great social empowerment And you do such a great job because it went from 0 to 500, and you did an amazing job. So seriously, yeah, you did. Like, it's a great
pet project, Jen.
You know, listen, I have several, and so just because I'm always, but from the league, Urban League side, we have our Empowerment Breakfast, which is in November as well. And so really looking forward. This is our second annual Empowerment Breakfast. We do give out community awards. Last year we sold the place out, and so that was great. And also raised an unprecedented amount of funding for the event as well. So I'm really excited about that. And so more to come. Please follow us at mwl.org and on Instagram and Facebook. But aside from the league, which again, very, passionate about the work that we do at the Urban League, I'm also working, and this has been years in the making, of an actual full-length biography on Coretta King.
Oh.
And so that has been since I've started in graduate school. And so now I've picked it back up again. And so I continue picking it back up. And so Bernice King, if you hear this, please let me have those letters that you have that, because I need that as a primary source document. But it's a great project. And when you talked about the documentary that you were doing, a lot of times we do this great work, but we, maybe we're not the best at writing it down and preserving it, right, for the future generation. And so I'm really excited about this passion project that I have. And then maybe one day somebody will be writing a book about Jen Thompson. Who knows? That's the part. That's the part right there. So I think we are rounding up our time. I'm kind of getting the usher kind of one, like, you better wrap this up. But it has been certainly an amazing evening with all of you. And you all, the information that you shared is just extremely invaluable. And so just really quickly, I don't know if anyone has social media, anything along those lines that you can let folks know, where to follow you, websites, any of that. Just because this is, again, this is about empowerment. And so anything that you would like to share as far as getting in touch with you or websites, anything like that, you can share.
I mean, the Newcastle County Chamber of Commerce, I just highly recommend you get involved. Follow us I think we're on every platform for the most part. Again, you can always reach out to me. And my team knows that I'm available, so you can always reach out to me through LinkedIn or email or however you want to look up. I'm on the website, so I'm always available.
Yeah, so I would love for every woman out there to get on a campaign. Whether it is Kamala's campaign, my sister's campaign,
mine.
We have
I was going to get to you.
We have races that are happening now. We have a primary coming up, and I want people to not only vote, but I want you to support the candidates and these strong women that are running. I want you to, if you can't support them financially, knock on doors for them, make phone calls for them, and turn out your friends and family to vote for strong women that can lead. That, my handle is at MarlaBC11 on Instagram, and you can always find me at Rutgers. That's where I am. So if you want to get an MSW and join this army that I'm sending Val's way, it's like, come on.
I'll take them. I guess you can get a hold of me, Valerie.Longhurst@Delaware.gov. Or if you want my cell phone, it's 302-562-6640. I give it to everybody. Everybody has my phone number. I don't really care. Text me, whatever. Text me and then call me. But, my staff is here. If you, after this, you want to talk to me. Love to have you on my campaign. Would love Lisa to get in. She and I are going to be coordinating her campaign because she is going to be the first female senator in the state of Delaware. And
yeah. Well, thank you so much. And for me, it's MWL_Prez on Instagram and Jennifer Tompkins on LinkedIn. And so I also would love if we can just give an amazing round of applause to our studio audience that is out there this evening, for hanging with us, participating with us. This has, again, been an invaluable conversation. Shout out to DETV and all the great work Ivan and your team are doing for this amazing platform. And so I am Jen Tompkins, and I believe that is a little bit of a wrap. So thank you all so much for joining us for Every Woman, Her Perspective. And we're out. Talk to you later. Bye.
Yes, lady.
This episode of DETV's Her Perspective is brought to you by Blue Diamond Dental, where we make smiles that last a lifetime.
Good evening. I am Melanie Daniels, member of Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated, and tonight we're going to have some conversation about the Vice President's run for president. I am surrounded by my D9 Divine 9 sisters, and they are going to help me have that wonderful conversation. Sisters, roll call.
I am Joy Oliver Hunt. I am a proud member of Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated. I serve as the Delaware Social Action Coordinator for the organization, and I am also the chapter president of Middletown, Delaware Alumni.
So I am Alexis Samuels, and I am a member of Sigma Gamma Rho Sorority Incorporated, and I serve as the chapter president of the Alpha Nu Sigma Alumni Chapter, which serves the Wilmington, Delaware area.
Good evening. My name is Shanina Davenport Fogan, and I am a proud member of Zeta Phi Beta Sorority Incorporated, and I am the humble and proud Delaware State Director for the state of Delaware.
So thank you, sisters, for coming and having this conversation. We know that by a number of speeches that Vice President Harris has had, she has said to all fraternities and sororities in the Panhandle to get active, to start to do something, to get involved. What in the world does that mean to you?
Anyone want to begin?
I certainly will. Our organizations have a unique opportunity to get involved. I think all of the Panhandle, by nature of our organization, have really been at the forefront. We have been stewards of our communities. We have been beacons of cultural pride. We have been protectors of our democracy. And so we have a really unique opportunity to get involved, whether it be election protection, voter voice, voter registration, voter mobilization, but to really make sure that all voices are heard in this election.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Yeah. And I think for Sigma Gamma Rho Sorority Incorporated, we're really focused on voter registration as well this year, and also voter education. So I think it's important that not only are we focusing on registering everyone to vote, but what does voting mean? What is that? How do we educate the younger voters, even maybe people who haven't voted in a while, in the past few election seasons? So it's good to still educate and continue to educate about what's happening right now.
Absolutely.
So I would have to agree. So voter education is nothing new to Zeta. We recently created a 501c4, which is Zetas in Action. And that gives us the opportunity to have unlimited lobbying, have unlimited electoral workings. Our main focus through Zetas in Action is to educate the inconsistent voters, because as we know, there's many reasons why individuals don't vote. And some of them have said because they're intimidated by the process. So we want to be able to make a change in that direction, just continuously giving that education.
Absolutely, absolutely. So you all have hit on those things that are most important: voter education, voter registration, and successfully getting our voters to the polls. So let's talk a little bit about that, because that's an area that I think sometimes we don't strategize enough to make sure that our community can successfully get to the poll, get through the election process, and make sure that their vote actually counts. So let's talk about that.
Absolutely. So you hit it right there. There's this phenomenon on social media with all of the D9s, especially the sororities. We're going to stroll to the polls. Yes, we're definitely showing up and we're strolling to the polls, but as Zetas, we're taking it a step further. We're making sure that transportation is provided to those individuals, not just our elderly, but all individuals who are without transportation, to make sure that they're getting to the polls. And that's in addition to the education we're giving them, especially our younger voters, our first-time voters, educating them on the importance of their vote, the importance of their voices. And this is their opportunity, not just to make history. We all want to be a part of history, but we want to see changes. And after you make that vote, let them understand the power of their voice and holding the elected officials accountable for what they say that they're going to do. So definitely transporting them there, but standing by them along the process, making sure they follow up and make sure the actions are being taken.
Wonderful, wonderful. Did you want to
I
add
would
to
say
that?
just to piggyback off of that, I think the most important thing is the voter mobilization. And that is something that we will be working towards later in the couple months coming. Our sorority has provided us with kind of a guide. And right now we're kind of focused on voter education, but in the coming months, it's going to be voter mobilization. How do we get those folks to the polls? But it's also understanding which communities need us to transfer them to the polls.
Absolutely.
You know, and that's kind of what we have to start with, is understanding, okay, which communities don't have transportation? Which do we know are taking the bus or walking to get where they need? Those are the areas where we want to look for, so we know where to go to start to transport these folks.
Absolutely.
Voting rights has also come under attack in many states, we know, across the country. And so Delta Sigma Theta has been involved in actual litigation to protect voting rights. So I think that's important to make sure that folks are able to get there. And then we've had an opportunity over this summer through our regional conference cycle to mobilize members. And we're on track to hit over 30,000 members that are mobilized and trained and educated around the issues around election protection, which is going to be really important. And then we are really looking to mobilize our over 400 collegiate chapters across the country, because we know the young voters are going to be really important, and getting their voice heard and making sure they know how to vote, where to vote, and the importance of their vote is going to be really, really critical also as we move forward.
Absolutely. So it sounds like from a Divine Nine sorority perspective, we all are aligned.
Absolutely.
I speak this all the time, and I'm sure members of Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated, Zeta Omega chapter are really tired of hearing it, but I struggle with us working in silos. Delaware is a small state, and there is no reason why we should be working in silos. So what is your idea with regard to mobilizing together as D9 sisters to really change the trajectory of what happens in Delaware? Because if you think about it, we have this interesting demographic in the Black community, right? We've got our new voters. They're brand new. They just became old enough to vote. And their questions are, what am I voting for? Is it just for president? It's our job to take it a step further and say, it's not just president, but what impacts our lives, especially here in Delaware, are our local officials. And understanding what they are lined up with, and are they going to do what we need them to do for our community? So let's talk a little bit about how we get out of silos and work together to really move this community in a way that is going to change what happens during elections.
So I think one of the things, yes, we are a small state. We're really not working in as many silos as the communities believe we are. One of the things that the Delaware State Directors across the board, the D9, we've come together, we've met, or we continuously meet once a month to not just talk about social action, but just the different things that's affecting our communities and our organizations. So one of the things that we did around this topic is we did a social media campaign. So we're making sure that our young adults are aware of, again, the importance of their voices, the importance of their votes, because everybody's on TikTok, everybody's on Instagram. So that was the first thing that we did as a collective. As far as going out in the communities, there's something that's coming up where we're going to be going out knocking on doors, asking, hey, are you registered to vote? Hey, do you need any information? Do you need any transportation? So anything that we're able to assist in, that's what we're doing collectively. Some of the organizations, I won't identify, who hasn't got on board, but we're all working collectively.
Okay, sounds like we have some work to do.
We do.
We have some
and
work
it's
to do.
And it's doable.
Absolutely, absolutely, because as I reflect on us getting together for this particular session, when I reached out to each one of you and said, listen, this needs to be not just Alpha Kappa Alpha talking about the excitement of their member, Vice President Harris, running for president. This is about the sisterhood. This is about Divine Nine sisterhood and what we can do together to make this change. And getting this information, I believe, out through our podcast is one of the ways that we do it. You all jumped on board. You said, yes, absolutely. You worked through flying in and getting over. You worked through, hey, Melanie, give me more details. I need to make sure that I'm on track. So there's definitely the opportunity for us to make a change. And so let's talk about this demographic, right? So we've got to talk about strategy. And I started saying, we've got those young voters. They're brand new. They really don't understand the process, and we've got to educate them. We also have those that just have said, I'm registered, but I don't vote. I don't vote. And we have to get them excited about voting. And then we've got those that just want to vote, but don't know how to get to the polls, don't know how to get things done. And then we've got this kind of apathetic group that says, well, my vote doesn't count. How do we make sure that every area of that demographic is educated, is empowered, understands their voice is important, understands the importance of advocacy and public policy and their role in it? How do we do it?
Yeah, I think from mine, I think that's going to vary from each demographic. You have, as mentioned, starting the campaigns on TikTok and Instagram and different social media platforms. That's going to cater to our younger generation. But I think the part that's important about it is watching and understanding what's true and what's fake news. And I think that's the hard part with the younger generation. Absolutely. Is using TikTok and Instagram might be okay for a campaign, but then they can get lost in what's there. So making sure that they are looking at the resources that actually do matter and are coming from reputable resources. I know one thing that our chapter is currently doing is we're working with the League of Women's Voters. And I think when you work with other community organizations that other people may be familiar with or know about, you might cater to a different org, maybe those who aren't able to get to the polls. A lot of members in the League of Women's Voters actually need help getting to the polls. So you have to kind of change how you're going to strategize to each of these different demographics given their circumstances. So it's important to note that we can't do the same for all. So we have to figure which lane are we going to try and aim with first, and how are we going to address the rest?
Absolutely.
And that's where the partnerships come in.
That's
it. Exactly.
That's the key thing, partnerships.
That's it.
I think this is a moment. And you mentioned not working in silos. I think what was really inspiring is maybe just a week or so after the announced candidacy, we saw a collective announcement come out from the National Panhellenic Council, where we saw the leadership, the international leadership of all these organizations come together and put out a unified statement around voter mobilization and begin to strategize immediately. I think that top-down strategy does make its way down throughout the organization, and it really helps to leverage the collective strength of our organizations. We know that the message is important, but the messenger is also important.
Absolutely.
So when we are looking at collegiate chapters across the nation, across all of these organizations, when we're looking at this very diverse membership of our organizations, 5 years of service to 50 years of service, it really encompasses several age groups that are able to reach all of their demographics, their families, their friends, their coworkers, the organizations that they're also a part of. It becomes really important to really lend some credibility and to really get the ear of those that we need to change their behavior or take action.
Absolutely. Absolutely. These are the important aspects, I believe, of how we can be successful as a community getting those to the polls is understanding the issues. I find that, as you said, Sister Alexis, that we can get caught in fake news. You know, it's a lot of it out there. So let's talk about it's Olympic season, and so organizations and PACs have purchased commercial time. And in that commercial time, I have taken note, there have been in a time period of 6 hours, 2,800 impressions of a particular section of individuals talking about what the candidate can't do, won't do, will not do, is not capable of doing, has done. Why did she do it? All of these negative impressions and not one word about what we will do, how we will change. what is best for America because of this. So how do we make sure, other than TikTok, other than Instagram, how do we counteract these impressions that are coming across to us in the television that many times? 2,800 times is a lot of impressions in 6 hours. And you know, my mother used to say the number of impressions encourage people to purchase, right? So if you're up late at night, sisters, if you're up late at night, don't watch all those impressions, because they are there to try and convince you to buy things, and buy things that you probably don't even need, right? So how do we make sure that these negative impressions don't convince our apathetic voters, oh, okay, well then I'm going to go this way because this candidate's not doing anything, when that really is not the truth? How do we figure out how to counteract that?
So immediately I saw the word safe space came to mind, creating an opportunity for individuals to have these challenging conversations. Education, just educating them on, or encouraging, I would say encouraging them to do your own research. Don't go by somebody else's experience. The fake news, as Alexis has said. So creating that safe space, and then also just encouraging them to do the research. That was the first thing that popped to mind.
Absolutely.
I think we really have to encourage people to listen critically, but also identify what is important to them as individuals, right? Beyond our organizations. What is important to you? I had a really organic conversation with my 15-year-old who was complaining about the heat last week. And it was just a very organic conversation, but he said, we're cooked. This is the hottest it's been in my whole 15-year life. And, you know, and it ended up in a conversation about global warming and what was important to him and how many years he thought before we were going to have to wear special suits outside in the summer, but really framing it to him as an issue that's important to him, really elevate it in a way that we hadn't talked about before, and saying, now what can we do? What can you and I do, but what can the state do? What can we do as a nation around this issue? So it was a really important conversation to have with a 15-year-old in casual conversation, but that's the kind of critical thinking and analysis and elevation of priorities that we have to do across the board.
Absolutely.
Communication.
Yeah, and I think that's the biggest part of it, is it has to matter to you and what you feel and the issues that matter to you, because there's a lot of issues. There are a lot of things that's happening at the national level, but one thing may not be as important to the next person. So doing your own research allows you to see, okay, what matters to me and what do I actually care about, and who's, you know, in the area that I want to be in.
Exactly. So I think that as we look at our individual organizations, we've had resolutions that have gone out that, you know, say that we stand, you know, based upon, you know, mental health issues and suicide. That's huge now in the Black community, where it had not been before. So having that kind of support and having at least having some type of administration that is focused on the importance of that is going to resonate with those that have been struggling with that in their family. But of course, if you have not had anyone that has had mental health issues, I don't know very many families that don't, but you know, for those that might not, that's hard for them to relate to it. It's hard for them to come to it. So what do we need to do when we talk about the importance of what are the resolutions that our organizations individually have put out?
I think the resolutions are important because they provide a lot of framework around the organization's position. You mentioned the importance of our designations between 501c3 and 501c7, and the 501c7 distinction really prevents an organization from backing a particular party or a candidate, but it does allow an organization to identify and elevate priorities. For Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated, they include but are not limited to reproductive rights, economic justice, health disparities, issues that are really important to a lot of people in our community, but really allows our organization to mobilize around those issues. And like you said, will certainly allow members and the organization, you know, to really hone in on what's most important and then be able to decide from there.
Absolutely.
Yes, and I
Absolutely.
think that's kind of the biggest part of what each organization is doing is that they are sharing with their members. These are the issues that we want to call out to you. I know Sigma Gamma Rho sorority is very big with having Black jobs for our Black and brown, families and having those jobs available. They really share that with us, let us know that, hey, this is what the administration is doing today. Now let's see how it's going to be moving forward. And that is one thing that they try to push to us so that we can share that further with our members in our communities as well.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and I would have to say for Zeta Phi Beta Sorority Incorporated, our focus, not just this year, but more so this year, has been Black infant and maternal mortality. That's been an initiative from our international president, Dr. Stacey N.C. Grant, and one of her biggest focus is the power of she. And she just stands for social health and economic justice. And when we're talking about health justice, we're talking about bringing awareness to such a critical, sensitive topic that's not being talked about in our communities. That's on an international level. And even on the state level, just recently, we've been acknowledged by our senators for the work that Zetas are doing around that topic. So just getting that information out and that awareness has been our focus.
Absolutely. So as you all can see, there's a lot that we have to talk about. This nut has clearly not been cracked. So we're going to talk a lot more about it in the weeks to come, in the days to come. There will be more D9 experiences. So hang in there with us because we're going to talk about it.
Blue Diamond Dental, here in the first state of Delaware, provides quality dental care in a family environment. Not only do we take you from 6 months to 1 year of your dental cleanings, but we provide excellence in treatment. Please come and join us. 2300 Pennsylvania Avenue, Suite 2C, Wilmington, Delaware, 302-655-8387. We look forward to seeing you.
Well, welcome back. If you haven't heard, we've been having lively conversation about Vice President Harris's run for president and all of the issues, all of the concerns, all of the resolutions that come along with it. We've had some D9 sister conversation about what we can do to work together, to mobilize and move all of our Black community in Delaware to the polls. So now we're going to turn just a little bit to our youngest sister on the panel. We've got a millennial Gen Xer, and I think one of the areas that we need to talk about is this safe space and how to have conversation with you guys, because you are very excited about those things that are happening internationally. I have had so many conversations about what is happening in Israel, what is happening with Ukraine, and how our current administration decisions are not in line with what they view as right, and putting the lives of others first, right? I think that that's important conversation. I do. I think that international issues are important. But when you look at international issues and forget about what's happening here in the United States, then we're missing the boat. And there are people that are starving. There's mental health issues. We've talked about these things. They are real here in the United States. How do we have conversation that not only recognizes and respects that international focus, but also helps you to see the importance of finding the candidate that's going to help us change the U.S.?
Yeah.
That's a good question.
That's a great question. I think the most important part is realizing that most of our millennials and Gen Z is recent graduates or still in college. So a lot of these international people that they may interact with are their peers. They're people that they're seeing in classes, they're walking down the hallways with, they're seeing in some of their neighborhoods even. So a lot of times when they see the international in their neighborhoods and in their communities and as their peers, that's their friends. They're saying, oh, well, what issues matter to you? But they're not looking at what issues might matter to them. And I think that's the difference between what a lot of millennials are going through right now, is that with social media, they're seeing what their peers are posting about, and they're saying, oh, well, these issues are important and the US is not doing anything about it, so let's call it out. But in the reality, there are still things in the United States that's happening that they should be aware of. And I think the only way to make them aware is putting them in the situations and exposing them to those communities. Everyone, we're young. It's the millennials. We're out and about. We are in the streets, as they might say. We're attending our community events. So when we actually see the homeless, see people who are starving, doing the service to help those, I think that passion grows. My passion, is to serve the community. So I'm in the community and seeing what is happening. But if they're only at home and they're only listening to their peers and seeing what's online, they don't know, and they never will know. So the only way to be passionate about it is to expose them to it and say, hey, go out into your community, see what's there. Drive down the street in your neighborhoods. What needs help? What buildings need to be built? Things like that will help them understand it and get more passionate about it, because we need to be close to something. We don't call our phones anymore where we're texting. So we need to physically be somewhere to get that connection, because we're not picking up the phone anymore. So I think it's more of having that in-person interaction is really what's going to open that door, to be aware of what's happening now in the United States.
Perfect. So do you think that since you guys are really, really tied to social media, how do we transcend from social media to being in that same space together, belly to belly? I just believe that when you are belly to belly, eye to eye, chest to chest, that's when you can really talk about those things that are important, that move you. You can hear testimony of those that have been through it. How do we do that? How do we facilitate that? Is that rallies? Is that I don't know. I don't know what it is. Is it going to the church? Wait, are you all going to the churches? You all are in
we're
church,
going
right?
to the churches.
Yeah.
It's many different types, But I think that's where we come in at, providing those spaces. Absolutely. Hosting the events, hosting the rallies, if in a way, if we can. But more so, putting those events, because as you mentioned, social media is the number one place where they're checking. Millennials, they're going immediately to TikTok. They're immediately opening the phones. They're Google searching something. But if they're searching and they see one of us having an event to make them aware of the voter education, the voter registration, what's going on, what issues are existing today, what issues do they want to see, not even at the national level, but even at the local level, even with school board elections, for example, even all the way down to seeing what's happening with our schools. We have to have those events. We have to post these flyers out in the areas where they are, on the school campuses, even if it's college campuses, high school campuses, because the parents are going to see it. So we just have to go kind of backwards, because we went away from posting things, having those things posted where we go. We're still outside. Just because social media came does not mean we're now in our homes. We're still going out. So we can still continue those things that worked before.
I love it.
I was going to say, our role as organizations is to really have intentional programming. Gone are the days where you just throw together the program you want to do and you want to see, and you just, throw up a flyer at the local Walmart or the Piggly Wiggly. Gone really are those days. We have to really program with intentionality and really make sure that we're doing evaluations and we're measuring the outcomes and we're adjusting accordingly so that we stay current on our goals and stay current on our targets to make sure we're reaching the folks that we're really trying to serve the most.
Absolutely.
And I think that's an important thing, is just the evaluations of it. A lot of times, as you mentioned, we don't know how to get into those spaces. The only way we can know is by asking, hey, how was this event? Did this event help you? Did this event that we're sitting here give you guys more information? Did any event that you attend help you to more give you a feeling of, okay, now I feel like my vote matters? Are we putting those things in? Is that happening?
Right. Metrics are so important. Without metrics, you don't know the effectiveness of what you're doing, right? So we definitely have to focus in on these metrics and making those things happen. I'm going to shift just a little bit, because I am ever concerned about nonprofit statuses being brought under this bright light all of a sudden. All of a sudden it is 501c3s and 501c7s that you have to watch what you say, you have to watch what you do, you have to watch where your money goes. Are you speaking as an individual? Are you speaking as the organization? Well, what can you say as the organization? What can't you say? there are a lot of rules that I do believe, sisters, we need to talk about now because it is the elephant in the room. And there are more nonprofit organizations than just our sororities that if they say the wrong thing, if they do the wrong thing, that can threaten their very livelihood. So let's talk a little bit about that. The rules of engagement, let's call it. And I believe as an individual, Melanie Daniels as an individual, I can vote for who I want to vote for. I can campaign for who I want to campaign for. I can put a sign in my yard. I can wear a banner across my forehead. I can do all of those things as Melanie Daniels. What I cannot do is those same actions as Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated, Zeta Omega Chapter, membership chairman Melanie Daniels, right? I cannot do that. And I think that we should talk about why it's important for our members in all of this excitement, because we're going to talk about why we're all excited, right? Because this is what all of this is a build up to, right? Is the excitement of President Biden saying, hey, I'm not going to run, and here's who needs to run, right? But let's talk about what we want our members to keep in mind when it comes to this very important election season and keeping in mind our 501c3 and 501c7 status and making sure that our nonprofits don't have problems.
So I'll actually begin with the focus of not what we cannot do, but what can we do? And the first thing is realizing that the education is critical. Conversations such as this is critical. We talked about transportation for those who are in need to get to the polls. All three of those things are things that we can do, and they're all needed and they're all critical. So that's where I would identify the needs of what we can and cannot do. I don't want to focus on what we can't do, because there's so many things that we can't do, but there's so much more that we can do. Right. So let's go out in the communities and educate. Let's have these conversations, even if they're uncomfortable conversations or unfamiliar conversations. And then after we have these in-depth conversations, let's stroll. Let's transport these individuals where they need to go. So that's my focus, is what we can do.
Excellent. Excellent.
Yeah. Just to piggyback off of, I think that's mainly what Sigma Gamma Rho Sorority Incorporated is doing, is actually utilizing other 501c3 organizations that already provide those resources to the community and supporting them. We are officially partnering with When We All Vote, which is providing us with all the voter registration, the flyers, the pamphlets, things that we can take without us having to create it as Sigma Gamma Rho Sorority Incorporated to protect the brand. And we also have to realize that, you know, when it comes to the election season and campaigning, it's more than just the two parties, you know, and so we have to realize that I, Alexis Samuels, can go out and do as I please, but as Sigma Gamma Rho Sorority Incorporated, we want to let you know election season is up. Please vote. Here's the education you need. Here is how you can register, and then take that information and do it as you please. And we just hope that they will go in the direction that we are trying to aim for. But as long as we're providing the education and providing them the resources, and they do go out and vote, I think we've done what we want to do.
We've done our job.
Absolutely. Like you mentioned, the organization is constrained to really, as I mentioned, platforms and positions, and not the endorsement of parties or people. But there's still so much work to be done around voter protection and voter mobilization and voter registration. There's so many things that we can do to make sure that voice is protected and that voice is heard. And like you said, that's where we'll certainly really concentrate all of our organizational efforts. But it's a unique opportunity again because of our membership, right?
Yes.
Thriving membership of college-educated women with all kinds of capabilities, and members in their personal capacities are able to do so much in terms of engaging with organizations or their churches. Organizations like Win with Black Women, for instance, are organizations that they can engage with and can do far more in their individual and personal capacities, but still have a lot to offer from an organization and a collective standpoint in such a time as this, and a historic moment like this.
Absolutely. Well, it is a historic moment, isn't it?
It is very historic.
Exciting.
Let's talk about that. I'm going to take you back to what was not a great debate. And President Biden, I do believe he is he is the congressman's man, right? He is an excellent political leader.
Yes.
He has this amazing way to bring parties together. He is willing to make the changes that benefit the whole of America as opposed to just one party. So we want to support him in what he's doing, and we want him to finish this administration strong, accomplishing all the things that he set out to do. But we know that he had to make a hard decision. And knowing how, media is so tough. They're just brutal. They just tore him to shreds. And I think that unfortunately that caused him to do some introspection, right? But the wonderful thing that came out of that was him saying, I have all faith that the Vice President of the United States can now run and represent this country as the next president of these United States. He said that. I didn't say that. He said that. So a number of things have happened, right? So that announcement came out. We were all stoked about it. And then became these webinars, these Zoom meetings, right? They were rapid fire, and covered so many different groups, not just us, right? So how do we feel about that? I'm trying to keep it calm. I'm trying to, but I am amazed at where we are as a nation that Black, female, vice president can become president. And that we are at this point. That is truly
progress.
Yes. Every time we think that, things aren't going our way, because of course we felt that step back with everything that's happened with Roe versus Wade, right? Anytime you're going to tell me that I can't make decisions about my body, we have a problem. We have a problem about how this is viewed, how women are viewed across the country. But when we have a Black woman that says, I am ready to take this leadership position and make the decisions that are best for America, you cannot beat it. You cannot beat it. So what do we feel about that? I mean, what do we feel about that? I am convinced that if we do things the right way, we can encourage those that might not have ever been encouraged to vote to do so. We can get our communities excited about something they've never seen before.
That's what it is. It's something they've never seen before. It's new.
It's new. It's fresh. We have to keep this going, right? We have to keep this excitement going. And it's difficult sometimes to keep things going when you see different things happening that are meant to change this momentum.
So it's our job to keep that excitement going. It's our job, again, to create that space and opportunities for us to have these conversations, have these parties for the collegiates to come out and celebrate this historical moment. And then again, include that educational piece while we're celebrating. So it's our job as leaders, it's our jobs as citizens, just to keep that excitement going for the betterment of the United States. So.
Absolutely. And I think ever since it was announced, the excitement's been up. I don't think it's gone down yet.
Great.
I want to assure you that the international organization that is Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated is bubbly right along with you. It was, very shortly thereafter, our international president issued a statement really commending President Biden for his leadership and legacy as a statesman and a diplomat. And then that statement also included also really recognizing the Biden-Harris administration for their strides and really trying to create a more equitable society with economic opportunity and lots of issues that were important to the organization and to all of us. And then I think it's with tremendous pride that all of us in our organization across the world, all the organizations are really looking at this opportunity to think, this is a woman, this is a Black woman with unparalleled preparation who really has an opportunity to break the glass ceiling maybe once and for all and really ascend to the presidency of the United States. I think as a sorority, yes. I think we're also really excited. We think about the legacy of our sorors, Shirley Chisholm, and kind of the legacy there, and really opening the door perhaps for this moment. And I think we're all really excited and just feeling the weight of it, of this really being a historic moment for all of us to witness and to watch closely. And like you said, just be bubbly and enjoy the excitement, and I think really revel in the moment.
Right.
Really, and just be excited about it. Exactly. This is a very prepared Black woman who we all know is a member of D9 organization. I know many of us are excited about her HBCU education, you know, as well. So there's a lot here to really be proud of in looking at this opportunity.
And I'm sitting here thinking of another word that's greater than excited, but that's the feeling. It's a moment. I know after the announcement was made, maybe 2 days later, we, Zeta Phi Beta Sorority Incorporated, had the opportunity, the privilege, just to have her come to our international conference and speak and just, I am her. This is what I need from you. This is what I'm willing to do. And it was over 6,000 women just surrounding her, embracing her, supporting her, encouraging her, saying that we are going to stand beside you. We are going to stand behind you. We are going to stand on the front lines fighting for you, just to let you know that we are in here in support. So exciting is not the word, but I'm going to figure it out before we finish.
Inspired, maybe?
Inspired, motivational, you know, all of those things.
And you have to realize it's an opportunity for the country to know about D9.
Like
I mean, even just with our coworkers, they would probably see us in our attire at work, and they're like, "Oh, okay, they're in a sorority." Oh, now that you're seeing someone in a higher seat that is also speaking the same terms that I was speaking with, and they're like, "Oh, wait, are you a part of the same thing? Okay, maybe not the same organization, but we're still a part of the D9."
Absolutely.
And I love that. She is going to all of our, attending all of our events. She's supporting all of the D9 organizations. Recently, she was attending our international conference as well. And it's the fact that she even was able to come on some short notice and make sure that she shared her campaign and let us know, hey, I'm here for you, not just one organization, but for all. So,
you know, I'm not her spokesperson, but I will say it wasn't just when she was announced as a candidate. I must say that she supported the Divine Line prior to. Absolutely. Yes, she's a member of Alpha Kappa Alpha sorority. However, she was inclusive and supportive of the entire D9. And this is why we're such a great unit. And we have such a great influence on the community because of her leadership and her support, even when they didn't realize who she was or the impact that she was making. So I just wanted to make note and make mention of that.
Well, you did very well to not be her spokesperson.
And I can second that because it was last summer at our national convention where she was a speaker at the Social Action Luncheon, and I had the privilege to hear her speak there, which far preceded this candidacy. So I would say this is the ultimate silo breaker, maybe, that we were talking about, because we all feel immense pride and connection to this moment with her.
Absolutely. So there's work to do.
Yes.
It is.
There's work to do. And I think it is incumbent upon each one of us to spread that excitement all across. I liken it to the first run of my forever president, President Obama, right?
Yes.
It was a moment. Yes. Oh my God. That's what it feels like.
Yes.
That's what it feels like. Yes. Like every time you think about it, you get goosebumps.
Absolutely.
And you're like, wow, look at what we are doing. We are doing it.
Absolutely.
Black women are making a move. And she is
to me, the best role model of Black excellence. She is committed to change. She's committed to our entire country. She really wants to make the right decisions. So this is a great time. This is a great time. I think that we have to continue these conversations, right? I know Mr. Thomas would like to possibly have the fraternities on to have that conversation. I think that's the good thing to do. But I think we have more to say. Yes. Of course. We just have more to say. Right. So because this is every woman and it's because it's her perspective, we have an opportunity to keep this dialogue going, really do the education that I think is incumbent upon us. It's one thing for us to say voter education, and then people are like, what does that mean? Does that mean just registering me to vote? You know, we're going to have to spend some time really defining those actions that we want to see happen in our communities so that they understand what it means. We understand it, right? We understand it because we have retreats, we have training, we have power decks. We have all of the things that teach us about the importance of our vote, but everybody doesn't know that. So I believe that this work that we do on this show, and I'm sure Ivan will say yes to us doing it on a consistent basis, really bringing in the conversation and dialing it down so that everybody understands this is what voter education means. This is what mobilization means. This is what successfully going through the polls. I will share this one thing, and then we're gonna shift just a little bit. I had a patient come into the office who had just had this polling training, and I said, oh, well, that's got to be exciting because you're going to actually be in the center. You're going to be, handing off the ballot and watching those people, put their ballots in. And she said something very interesting that I think that we all should take a note of. She said there are several little things that can happen that will disqualify your ballot. If there is any mark, just a pen mark, just an impression of a nail, of your fingernail across a ballot, any small thing such as that can invalidate your ballot. Wow. So you think that you have a voice, right? Wow. You think that you're exercising your right to vote, and someone has actually taken that away from you. Wow. So it's things like this. I say that because I said, oh my gosh, we've got to make sure that everybody knows to pay attention. And if someone hands you a ballot saying, okay, Melanie Daniels, you're all checked in, and they hand me a ballot and it has a line on it, I'm sorry, please get me another ballot. I need a clear ballot. It's these kinds of things that really, for our community, we haven't been on top of, because the rules keep changing every time there's an election. And we have to find these things out. We have to strategize. We have to think about what can invalidate a ballot, because there are people that are trying to stifle our voice. Yeah.
And who do you call if you feel like your rights have been infringed upon in any instance? Who can help you?
Right.
Yeah.
So we have to do some research so that we can share that, because I think making sure that we educate our potential voters makes them a very intelligent voter, and make sure that their votes, their voice is heard and they are doing their job to advocate for themselves, right? So we have to, so the next couple of times that we talk, we're gonna break down these things that we know have happened in the past. They will happen again. And although they might not happen here in Delaware, we need to make sure that those that live in Delaware, we all have relatives that are in another state. We need to make sure that they're aware. Absolutely. This, to me, is a really great ground for us to inform and educate and empower. So I really want to thank my D9 sisters for coming out and really spending time in this conversation. I'll tell you all that I sent out an email and I said, hey, here are the prompts that we're going to use to have conversation. And my lovely sister Shanita says, well, why do you have notes and I need to make sure that I can get to my notes and actually cover these things? But this conversation happened organically, did it not? This is what we do. This is what we do. So we're going to continue this conversation. We're going to get together over and over and over again. I hope that you will come back.
Absolutely.
For us to have this conversation. And I hope you all will come back to join us. It is always, always, always good to have our D9 sisters together. And, despite what folks have put out into the atmosphere, we do love one another and we do get along.
We do.
Right, right. And so because of that, I think that we should thank our audience for being here. And please thank my D9 sisters for being here. We have had an incredible evening of excellent conversation. We do know that there is lots of work to do, right? And so thank you all for agreeing to be part of this work and knowing how we are going to reshape what this America looks like in the next few months. Thank you guys for being here. Have a good night.
The Agenda is powered by DART, Delaware's transit service, moving forward.
Hello and welcome back to The Agenda. I'm your host, Kerwin Gaines, right here on DETV. This season has been outstanding. The guests have been great, and your comments have been even better. Not only is it an election season, there's still stuff going on in DC and Dover, and it's a lot, and DETV has been there for most of it. Pretty good for this season. We're keeping the action going, so to speak, this season, and we have a no stranger to the agenda. Our own senator, Mr. Chris Coons. Welcome back to the show.
Thanks, Kerwin. Always great to be on with you. I appreciate a chance to be on the agenda.
Hey, you were one of our first guests, and you're still here and willing to come back.
You can't get rid of me.
Can't get rid of them. Anytime the guests come back, it's a plus here on the agenda. Thank you so much for joining. It has been a very busy summer. Mm-hmm. I'm sitting in my hotel room with my sons on a basketball tournament, waiting for the next game, watching TV, and I see a presidential candidate get shot at.
Yeah.
I'm living in a time where a presidential candidate a sitting president has pulled out of the race. Yep. Vice president has popped in, and I'm going to be honest with you, completely honest. I'm always honest with you. Not saying that I'm not honest with any other of our guests, but I was wondering, I wonder what Senator Coons is thinking about all this. I wonder what his opinion is. I wonder, this is just crazy. So we'll get into some of the legislation that you're dealing with, but I want to deal with these hot topics because I know that there's people that are watching that want to know and want to know your opinion, and this is a great outlet to do it. So we'll take it up. I mean, first of all, the assassination attempt of President Trump, that's crazy.
Yeah. That was a scary, difficult day, I think, for all of us. Clearly, there were some failures of communication and protection between the Secret Service and local law enforcement. No individual ought to be able to get that close to a presidential candidate, a former president, a current president, and get off several shots before being taken out by law enforcement. It was stunning. The actual details, the facts of how that assault played out. I think it is a blessing that he was unsuccessful. I am grateful to the men and women of law enforcement, Secret Service, local law enforcement who keep elected officials safe. But that incident in Butler, Pennsylvania was way too close. It was a reminder of how many similar incidents have happened in recent years. I'll never forget my friend, Republican Senator Jeff Flake, coming back into the Capitol wearing his baseball uniform splattered in the blood of Congressman Steve Scalise, who had just been shot.
From the softball game.
At the softball game. And Governor Whitmer, who was the target of a kidnapping and assassination attempt. One of the participants was from Bear, Delaware. The assaults on journalists and legislators at the federal and local level. We have an angry and divided country. We need to do more to protect people who are in public office or who are public figures. And overall, I think it's important that we bring the temperature down. As I often say to my colleagues, it's not our job to just reflect and amplify the division in the country. It's our job to show respect for each other and to speak more constructively about each other and to try and be more respectful. The presidential campaign has a tone and a direction that I don't think is moving in that direction. It's going to be hotly contested here in the last 80 days. I'm about to head to the Democratic National Convention in Chicago next week. It is my hope that we'll have a safe and a fair election and that everybody will accept the results, but there's no guarantee of that.
I love how you put that. It's very political that everyone accepts the results after there's been some things that have been said that won't occur, right? Talking about the temperature, do you feel that the temperature has gone down a little bit? I mean, you've known President Biden for how many years?
30.
30 years.
I was an intern for him a little over 32 years ago.
And to see him decide not to run for the second term, what were your thoughts on that?
It was a very hard decision. And after the presidential debate where President Biden was sick, he had traveled a great deal. He was off his game. He didn't have his best night. The next couple weeks after that were really very difficult. And there were a lot of hard conversations among folks who've known him and loved him for years here from Delaware who were texting and calling me, folks around the country who are leaders of the Democratic Party. Ultimately, it was President Biden's decision and his alone to step aside and to let his running mate, Vice President Kamala Harris, step into the role of being our presidential candidate. We're confirming that at the convention next week. She chose in Governor Tim Walz, Master Sergeant Tim Walz, Congressman Tim Walz, someone who has a lot, I think, of the same values and energy that Joe Biden does, and Vice President Harris, who has been at Joe's side every step of the way the last 3.5 years, has really grown in the job and has remarkable experience and capabilities and leadership qualities, will be well served and well complemented by Governor Walz, who's a dear friend of John Carney's. They served in Congress together. I first met Governor Walz, more than a decade ago, when a friend from his hometown, who was also a county council president in Blue Earth County, Minnesota, introduced me to him. It's funny how politics works. So I am hopeful that this convention next week in Chicago will feature an evening of tribute and thanks to Joe Biden, where Joe and Jill Biden will be recognized and celebrated for what they've done so far, what they're going to do in their last 5 months as elected, president and first lady, and then their next chapter. God's not done with them yet. There's a lot more yet to do. Vice President Harris came here to campaign headquarters right after President Biden made that decision. We had a very positive and upbeat rally of the folks who work here. There's still a whole building full of dedicated young people who moved here to work for Joe Biden and are staying here to work for Kamala Harris. I'm excited about the energy on the ground, the number of volunteers, the contributions we're seeing, and that first week of Vice President Harris and Governor Walz going across the country was just electric. So I'm optimistic about the fall. This will be a very close election. And it is neck and neck.
Yeah, it seems that way. My concern, Senator Coons, was this. From studying previous elections, I know that a lot of it is about time. right? There's blocks of time where you have to win certain areas of the country. You have to spend a certain amount of times in Pennsylvania. You have to spend a certain amount of time in Michigan, in those battleground states. And when you lessen the amount of time that you're actually running, you lower your probability. That's just basic math and how things go. But at the same time, I'm seeing that President Biden was behind in the polls and is now, Kamala Harris has made up a lot of that, and it's neck and neck. So there goes the theory about time, right? I mean, she's been able to make up for this. But at the same time, I'm noticing the news stream has calmed down. There's less rhetoric. There's less anger out there. And I think that that's a very, very good thing.
Both candidates are trying to focus on what matters most to average working folk, which is the cost of living. Donald Trump tried to do a press conference focusing on cost of living, and he didn't sustain his focus very long. He went off on a lot of other issues. Vice President Harris is doing a rally today in North Carolina where she's speaking about a whole series of concrete proposals to provide a middle-class tax cut, incentives for first-time homebuyers, for first-time parents, the child tax credit, reduction in the cost burden of groceries by combating price gouging by large chain grocers or folks who are investing in real estate at scale. She's got a whole series of ideas she's putting out on the table today. And that's what a presidential election ought to be about. Yes, the personalities matter, but this isn't entertainment. It's not reality TV. It is a vote for the future of our country, and there's real consequences. Former President Trump in 2017 pushed through on a party line vote a massive tax cut for big corporations and wealthy individuals. And overwhelmingly, that's who benefited from that tax cut. It expires next year. He wants to make it permanent and cut taxes on companies further. I think you're hearing today, folks who are watching, in North Carolina from Vice President Harris, a suite of proposals, a basket of proposals about how to reduce costs for the middle class. The single biggest thing that the Biden-Harris administration's gotten done in this area, they just announced, I think it was yesterday in PG County, which was a reduction in the cost of prescription drug prices, a cap on out-of-pocket cost of $2,000 a year, a cap on insulin of $35 a month, and a reduction of billions of dollars in the 10 most expensive pharmaceuticals.
Is that for all Americans?
That's for folks who get their medication through Medicare.
Gotcha.
I believe. The $35 a month cap on insulin, the major manufacturers of insulin have joined with the administration to make that available to all Americans.
Okay.
And I support innovation in the pharmaceutical industry. I think we benefit from being the country where there's the most advanced medication and some of the most effective healthcare in the world. But we pay way too much out of pocket at the pharmacy counter. There's other reforms that should be made in terms of how things are priced, how insurance works, how transparent the healthcare industry is. But I think this is a concrete win for folks who are currently on prescription medication. I don't know about you, I'm on two. Most folks won't, once we get to our age, we're taking high blood pressure, cholesterol.
There's no way you're gonna walk past that medicine cabinet and not have something in it.
Yeah, and for the price we pay, we should be getting more affordable, higher quality, more equitable healthcare in the United States.
When we're talking about price, I have to bring up the economy. It's coming to a point now. Okay, there has been a really rough time in Wall Street a couple weeks ago, two weeks ago, and there is a conversation about possibly reducing the interest rate in the next meeting in September.
Right.
But I understand that there is a strong separation between the Treasury and the Senate, but something has to change here, Senator Coons.
So a couple points. I'll remind you that when Joe Biden was sworn in January 2021, we were in the middle of three crises. A badly mishandled pandemic that ultimately took 1 million American lives, a collapsing domestic economy where we had businesses shutting down and closing because of that pandemic, and then a crisis of democracy because the former president didn't accept the election results and spun up a crowd and sent them to assault the Capitol and try and stop the transfer of power. It was just 2 weeks after that, Joe Biden gets sworn in. He gives this soaring, optimistic speech. And a lot of politicians and pundits in Washington said, bipartisanship will never happen. Here we are, not even 4 years later. Lots of folks predicted a deep recession.
Yes, they did.
That is not what happened. We put a lot of money into reopening businesses, reopening schools, reopening hospitals, getting the economy back on its feet. And yes, inflation went up and it's come back down. Inflation as of this month is the lowest it has been in years. We have the highest stock market, highest corporate profits, highest energy production ever, and the lowest unemployment ever in American history. And you look at our comparable economies around the world, Japan, Germany, UK, we have come through that pandemic mess better than any of them. The average American doesn't feel it.
Not yet.
They look at gas and grocery and rent, and they go, this is all higher than it was.
Right.
And they tend to forget that we came through a once-in-a-century pandemic that killed 1 million people and shut down our economy.
Yeah.
So I get it that just citing numbers doesn't work through. But one of the things Donald Trump was really good at when he was president was taking credit for things. All-time high stock market, all-time high, right? We are doing better today than we were when he was president. We're producing more fossil fuel energy and more renewable energy. The stock market is higher and corporate profits are higher. And unemployment for all segments of the American economy and society are lower for longer than they've been in 50 years. So if you look at the numbers, they're really good. The average American, until there's going to be an interest rate cut, I think, from the Fed at their next meeting, when folks start seeing prices go down is when they say, things are better. Several of the largest retailing chains like Kmart, Walmart, have cut prices on some commercial items. There are some parts, this is why inflation's going down. There are some things that are going down. Housing is not. There are concrete proposals on the table from Vice President Harris and Governor Walz for how to reduce housing prices and improve housing production. I encourage folks to pay attention to that. Who's got a serious proposal on the table to deal with costs in your family's life? I think it's Kamala Harris and Tim Walz.
I like how you're saying it. Who has the serious proposal, right? What can actually happen and happen quickly enough that we can see results?
Right.
My fear is that there isn't a cut in September. Right? Where do we stand then as the country? I mean, we're going to stand, we're going to deal with it, but who's going to fall even further behind?
Right.
Businesses, and as you know, and I've told many people on the show, people don't understand that businesses finance monies to hire folks, right? And to deal with projects. And when the interest rate is high, that's just not happening, right? So we're going to begin to, and we are seeing that number in regards to hiring here in the United States. And I worry about that, and I'm sure our viewers do too.
In the 3.5 years President Biden's been in office, the economy, the private sector has created 16 million jobs. There's only 2 presidents where there were fewer Americans working when they left office than when they came in, Herbert Hoover and Donald Trump. And for some reason, people seem to have this positive view of Donald Trump as an economic manager of the economy. He was a disaster. It literally was in the toilet when he left. And somehow he's got people believing he is a good reality TV star.
I will give you that.
I watched The Apprentice, and he looked like a brilliant businessman on The Apprentice with a written script. What do we know about his actual business record? He ran 2 casinos. You ever been to a casino? You always leave with less money than you go in. The house
it's not
always
designed for you to
wins.
win. It's not
and
designed for you
went
to win.
bankrupt twice running a casino. If you look at Trump Steaks, Trump Water, Trump Air.
The book.
The man is not a good businessman.
Before we run out of time, and every time you're here, time flies by, let's deal with the deep fake legislation that you have going on. The News Journal did a little bit, but it didn't do justice, and I want to have an opportunity for you to tell us a little bit about it.
Artificial intelligence is transforming lots of different parts of society, entertainment in particular, and it has an impact on elections. We've already seen or heard a deep fake audio recording of Joe Biden calling voters in New Hampshire saying, don't come out and vote today. The primary isn't really today. It wasn't him. It was a computer program that took chunks of his voice and then generated something he never said. I've worked hard with 2 Republican senators, Marsha Blackburn of Tennessee and Tom Tillis of North Carolina, and Amy Klobuchar, a Democrat from Minnesota. The 4 of us are all on the Judiciary Committee. And we've introduced a bill called the No Fakes Act. And it creates a new private right of action, a chance to go and sue in court for you, for anyone, in particular for people who make their living as actors, singers, songwriters, performers. But any American can go and get an injunction against a platform that is monetizing and distributing a fake, something that you didn't say, a song you didn't sing, a movie you didn't act in, an ad you didn't sign off on. And this isn't just hypothetical. We've seen cases of pornographic deep fakes where someone like Taylor Swift, gets their face on an inappropriate video, ads where Tom Hanks is doing an ad for insurance that he was never in. Artificial intelligence now makes this possible. It took months of negotiating to get the studios and the unions, the actors, the singers, the songwriters to all endorse it. And it applies to all people. Anyone can use this to go into court and to get an injunction and to block the misuse of their image.
I can't, well, two parts to that. One, I would assume that Hollywood would have been flooding trying to get this done. You know what I mean? So
the unions that represent the actors, absolutely.
Okay.
The studios, we had to negotiate. There are First Amendment exceptions.
Okay.
And there have to be. You have to be able to do a satire or a historical film or a biopic because the First Amendment trumps anything that we legislate.
That makes sense.
There was also a lot of concern from the platforms. Google, Meta, Twitter, X, others. They didn't want to be liable.
Of course not. Of course not.
And they didn't want to have to go into court or answer takedown notices.
Right.
So we've worked to a place where there is no strong opposition to the bill. And in fact, in many cases, strong support for the bill. We've had hearings, meetings, discussions, and ultimately, after lots of hard work by my team and these other senators' offices, crafted a bipartisan compromise that we've had a hearing on and has been introduced.
And I know from working in cybersecurity for so long now that it's just not something that's dealing in Hollywood. This is stuff that's happening all over every day. Every time you pick up a phone now, your mobile phone goes off and nobody answers and you say, hello, hello, hello. They're capturing your voice.
They're capturing your voice.
They're capturing
One
your voice.
out of 4 Americans has been the target or subject of a deep fake already. A phone call from your kid saying, Dad, I'm in San Francisco. I just got robbed. Can you wire money to? Can you Venmo to? This is now one of the most widespread either fraud or blackmail things. And so finding a way that we can begin to really push back on the misuse of people's images, voices, what they never said or never did is going to be important for us to retake control of our own images and voices going forward.
I love the fact that you're bringing this back to Delaware and Delawareans. Please tell us why. We have a few more minutes left. What do you have on the agenda here in the state?
Right now, today, I'm going over to the federal courthouse to speak at the investiture ceremony for Judge Hall. One of the things I've worked hard on is to make sure that we have high-quality judges who are able to serve in our bankruptcy court, our district court, our circuit court. One of the things President Biden has done, and we in the Senate have partnered with him on, he has nominated and we have confirmed 215 federal judges.
I love it.
And Judge Hall, who's about to get sworn in, has a PhD in molecular biochemistry and biophysics, went to Penn for law school, did intellectual property work, and then worked at the U.S. Attorney's Office here in Wilmington. She's a distance endurance athlete. She does triathlons, which is good because she's going to have a huge workload. The Delaware District Court is one of the busiest and most important courts in America, and we need more judges. I have introduced a bipartisan bill with Todd Young of Indiana that would create 66 new judgeships for the whole country over the next 12 years. We haven't created a new district court judgeship, permanent one, in 30 years. And so Judge Hall has a workload of more than 500 cases. That's just unsustainable. We need to bring 2 more judgeships to Delaware, and that's what that bill will do when it passes.
What can we do, and I know I kind of off the cuff here, what can we do to promote more judges and start at an earlier stage, college or what have you, to really begin to develop a track for young folks that want to get into law and make them go through this process?
We have an amazing moot court program here in Delaware where high school students get to literally argue a legal case. And some of the finalists, some of the winners in the national moot court competition have come out of Delaware. We've got a great legal community that helps, that volunteers. We've got different student teams from high schools from up and down the state. That is one piece of it. Another is just encouraging young people to volunteer. I have an intern who was shadowing me yesterday who is about to begin working for the Community Legal Aid here in Delaware as an advocate for families facing eviction in landlord-tenant cases. You don't have to be a lawyer to do that. You can help someone who is facing a challenge in court. There's a veterans legal clinic at Delaware Law School. There's Community Legal Aid that's always looking for folks to represent children who are facing legal action, where their families are facing legal action. So there's a lot of good that can be done. We have the gold standard for our legal system here in the United States, and you're right, we need to encourage and recruit more young people to make sure that it is a diverse, representative, and high-quality legal system here in the United States.
All I hear time and time again, especially around Delaware, hey, we're in a legal building basically now that we're sitting in, but just there's not enough judges. There's plenty of lawyers, but just not enough judges. So I think that I get worried about that as we move forward.
So the bill that I'm trying to move, it has passed the Judiciary Committee unanimously. We're trying to get it through the Senate, would create more federal judges for Delaware.
Love it. I love it. So while a few minutes that we have left, I want you to encourage people that are not voting and are not registered to vote. It blew my mind. We were at an event earlier this week, and there was a line of people that still needed to register to vote. Yep. And then in that line, I'm convincing people, adults, not 18-year-olds, stumbling out of a dorm. These were adults. And I'm convincing them on why they need to vote. And instead of saying, oh man, I should be angry about this, I took my time and I went through and explained the importance of that vote to them. And sometimes it's just not me. So I'm asking legislators, please take that time and do the same.
People fought and struggled and sacrificed for the right to vote in this country. 2 weeks ago, Monday, I was at the LBJ Library with President Biden. It was the 60th anniversary of the Voting Rights Act. And we listened to what President Johnson had to say when he signed the bill and when he handed the signature pen to Martin Luther King. In the state of Delaware, it has not always been the case that everybody had equal access to the right to vote. If you don't vote, don't complain.
Right.
I work for the people of Delaware who vote for me or against me. I'm not up for election this time, but I've been to countries and I have lived in countries where there is not a free and fair vote, where your opinion doesn't matter, where the government doesn't have to listen to you and doesn't care what you think. And the difference is tangible, it's palpable. The focus on constituent services, on responsiveness to the community, and on engagement here is different because everybody who's elected knows they're only elected because they got people to come out and vote for them because they believe in what they're going to do and they believe in their character. So if you don't vote, don't complain. And if you would like our nation and our society and our community to be different, get out and vote. There is a primary on September 10th. The general election is on November 5th. If you can't vote because of work or health or other issues, you can go to the Delaware Elections website and get an absentee ballot. But honestly, there are so many millions and millions of people who live in other countries where their vote doesn't matter, where their voice doesn't matter. For the love of God, please take care of this right and exercise it freely and engage and vote.
And to that point, there were people that still live in our communities today that fought for the right to vote. This wasn't something from
this is not
hundreds of years ago.
Oh, no. Living memory.
This is something where they've sat at lunch counters and had food poured on them. They've gone to registration centers in the Deep South and asked how many bubbles are in a bar of soap, and if they answered that correctly, then they would be able to vote. And it was that petty.
That's right.
And for them to forget that and to ask why, it blows my mind.
Right.
It really does. Senator Coons, as always, it's a pleasure to have you on the show. Thank you. Please look forward to having you on again. Look forward to seeing you all right here on the agenda. Please get out and vote. Please register to vote. You're running out of time. It's just a few more days. If you need help with this, please contact us here at DETV, and we can help you get registered. Okay? Look forward to seeing you right here on the agenda.
Thanks.